The final passage reads, "On that fated land, a great war shall transpire. Darkness will prevail, and light expire. This world is full of light. It's a world comprised of many smaller worlds, all connected, stretching as far as the eye can see. One great light protects us all. All worlds share one light, one fate."
I take it you're talking about Kingdom Hearts.
Yep.
In ancient times, people believed that light was a gift from an unseen land. By the name of Kingdom Hearts. But Kingdom Hearts was safeguarded by its counterpart, the Keyblade. Warriors vied for that precious light, thus beginning the Keyblade War. All of this was decided.
You really think you can change the future?
All of this was decided.
The truth is what you see with your eyes, not what you hear. Sounds like your trip around the world opened your eyes, but you got a little bit more than you anticipated. You must have seen a lot of darkness. So you're saying the weak feel the need to justify their actions to maintain a sense of self. You can't let that slide. I suppose letting false light dictate the future might be a pretty lousy move. So, you can make a change. You have that power. What do you want for the world? You believe the world needs you. Sounds like you already know where you're headed. If you truly possess great power, the darkness can't control you.
All of this was decided.
You really think you can change the future?
All of this was decided.
The truth is what you see with your eyes, not what you hear.
All of this was decided.
Why not just sit back and watch it play out?
All of this was decided.
May your heart be your guiding key. Who are you really?
Some kind of fortune teller.
Well, I could lie, tell you that's what I am, when I'm actually a brilliant artist, even a scholar. I could tell you that I dream of world peace, when I'm actually planning for its destruction. The truth is what you see with your eyes, not what you hear.
All of this was decided.
You really think you can change the future?
All of this was decided.
The truth is what you see with your eyes, not what you hear.
All of this was decided.
Why not just sit back and watch it play out?
All of this was decided.
May your heart be your guiding key. May your heart be your guiding key.
Oh, baby, we are back! After a long drought, years without a trailer, Kingdom Hearts, Square Enix come rolling back this weekend, and after the long drought, we finally have another trailer to break down, to analyze, to theorize. Ladies and gentlemen, sickos and normies, we are so back, baby! From the FF7 to the Kingdom Hearts, to all of it, baby! We are so back, but before we get this party going, before we break this down, frame by frame, scene by scene, let's give some love to the early birds across all platforms. We got Taiso, we got Just a Waffle, Blue Mega, Nashi Boy, Rojix, Chrysalix, Ansem, Zeb, Skaz, Josh Z with a $10 super chat. We will read that soon. Rain, Andy, Soya, the Dude, BJ Games, the Good Witch Lugs, the Indigo, Moonshine, Slim, Hollow Purple Haze with a 21 membership. Thank you, sir. Just a Waffle, Fragment Fractals, Beatrick, Hassan with a $2 super chat. Thank you, brother. We've got, who else is here? Adonai is here. Skazfish is here. Tariq is here. Hyrule Falcone is here. Rojix is here. Burning Baboon is here. Sean Tansy is here. Old Orion is here. Talvis Moon is here. Oh my goodness, Keyblade Dragon is here. Dark Dragon is here. Born of Kokiri's here. Art Zeki's here. Trousers is here. Lance the Master is here. All right. Now that we've gotten the party started, ladies and gentlemen, it is so good to be back. How are all of you? I hope you've been good. I've been well over here at the lodge. We've been covering a lot of FF7 the last few days, but I come to you bearing Kingdom Hearts for the first time in a long time. So again, we're going to go literally, guys, frame by frame, scene by scene. I anticipate tonight's episode lasts at least somewhere between 2 to 3 hours, but I'm ready to go longer if we need it. This might end up being the longest episode in the show's history, but man, let's take it 1 minute at a time. Okay, so look, I think what I'm going to do first, before we break any of it down one by one, let's just watch the trailer again for love of the game. Let's just watch the trailer again. We're going to let it go through once, and then we're going to break it down frame by frame. So again, I'm going to let it play right here. Let us all get refreshed about what we're about to break down. Then we'll go frame by frame. I'll read the super chats before we get going, but let's let this roll to get us started.
この世界の構造はとても複雑で、私たちが定義する光と闇を具現化したものは存在しなかった。でもそれを定義するものがこの世界に来たことで、この世界にも私たちの定義する闇が現れた。
I just want to say, it's got the aura. So good, man! You gotta love it, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get this started. First things first, we got a new narrator. Female narrator. Now, right off the bat, I saw a lot of speculation about who this could be. Could it be Scold, right? Could it be Strelitzia in a hood, right? Could it be a new character? But I'll tell you, I've already got a theory around this. It's been passed around a little bit. I posted it on X earlier. I have reason to believe that this is Ava. Ava is here. I guess Ava didn't make it after all, because she was here. I have reason to believe this is Ava. Allow me to make my case. Give me 1 second. Let's switch this up, because here's what we're going to do right off the bat. We're going to compare her Union Cross voice to the voice in this trailer. And then we'll make up our own minds, won't we? But right off the bat, I have heard some rumblings that this is Ava's voice actor in Japanese, but instead of anyone taking anyone's word for it, we're going to see for ourselves, okay? So let's let her talk a little bit here, line for line, okay? And let's hear it for ourselves. Again, I know a lot of rumblings have been made on the internet already, but let's hear it for ourselves.
この世界の構造はとても複雑で、私たちが定義する光と闇を具現化し
Now let me play her in Japanese.
君はエフメラ君だったよね。
そうです。お、隣いいですか？
Ephemer?
うん、
どうし
ちょっとね。あのさ、君は前に言ってたよね。
Okay. Let's take it back.
複雑で、私たちが定義する光と闇を具現化したものは、
I don't know about you guys. Sounds like a bit of a match to me.
そうです。浮かない。
あのさ、君は前に言ってたよね。どうしてユニオン同士は協力しないで競い合ってるんだって。
And down here?
はとても複雑で、私たちが定義する光と闇を具現化したものは、
So right off the bat, I don't know about you guys, but I hear it clear as day. I'm hearing a clear overlap between their two voices. And again, it's not our native tongue, so we're going to take that with a grain of salt. But simply put, seems like Ava to me. Now I've got another thing. Before we even get to what she's saying, I've got another piece of evidence I'd like to point out. Small piece of evidence, very small, but still a piece of evidence nonetheless. Give me 1 second. Pull up the right photo. Okay. This might be a little weird, but we'll get it done. Where did she go? Where'd you go, Ava? There you are. Okay. Gonna pull it up on the screen so you guys could see. So Ava has a habit of holding her hands in her lap. Right? We've seen her do it a few times through back cover. This is just one spot. But Ava tends to have a habit of holding her hands in her lap, which again, as we see right here in back cover, she does it here. Multiple other scenes where she does it. But if we look down here, we see her in a similar pose. Now again, not enough to conclude this is Ava, but between the similarity of the pose and the similarity of the voice, we're cooking already, boys and girls. But there's one other piece I want to bring up. And that would be her frame. This is a very small frame, right? Now, we already know the foretellers are in the Kingdom Hearts side of reality, but just for comparison's sake, we know that this frame is too small to be Envy, right? Now, we've not seen a 3D Skuld, so we can't judge if the frame is too small for Skuld, but given what we have seen from back cover and of Ava, this frame fits her body more than any other character that we have a frame of reference for. Now, it could be, for argument's sake, right? For argument's sake, it could be Freya from what was supposed to be Missing Link. Similar frame, but we never got to see her hold her hands like that. The voice isn't necessarily a match. But again, such is the case with all hooded figures here in the Lost Masters arc, ladies and gentlemen. Keep in mind that body hopping is prevalent as ever. We know Yozora by a certain appearance, but he has even told us that that's not what he really looks like. So even if this is Ava's body, Ava's voice, we don't know quite yet if it's actually Ava. But the point stands that as far as the voice goes, the pose and the frame of the body, to me, that signifies Ava above all else. And now the question, if you ask me, is that there's a lot of argument about who Subject X is, Ava or Skuld. I think this is a huge point in the Skuld column. And I think now that we see Ava as an active player in Quadratum, and based on her dialogue, it seems to have been that way for a while. But let's take it back and do so. However, before we jump into that, I know we've already got super chats flying in. Let me read a few of them. Hassan with the $2 super chat says, just because I'm happy. Josh Z with a $10 super chat says, Ocarina of Time remake will populate the previously empty Hyrule field with small puzzles, and the hubs will contain all other familiar stuff. Calling it now, KH4 is back, but secondary for me. You probably grew up around the same time period as I did, because Ocarina of Time was one of the first games I ever played. There will be an Ocarina of Time specific episode in the future, so do look forward to it. My man Dom, long time Sage of the Lodge, says, with a $10 super chat, says, we eaten. Probably a stretch off topic, but the KH1-3 new art we were given maybe lets us get some multiple Soras finally. Only art to show multiple versions of him. And yet, you know, we are going to talk about the art. We will pull up the box art that was released today. But right now, we're going to keep it pretty focused pretty steadily focused on the trailer, which, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we've got 107 people over here on YouTube. 110. Listen, a lot of people talking Kingdom Hearts today. Just know from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate you being here when you could be anywhere else. Strider Ryuki, I see you all the way down there. Also should check if her movements and positions are similar. We just did, didn't we? Hell yeah. Okay. So let's get back into it. I now want to go over her specific dialogue, right? Because I think the first few lines of this trailer are also quite revealing. So here we go.
この世界の構造はとても複雑で
So the structure of this world is incredibly complex. Nothing we didn't already know, but what we're learning here already is whoever this is, and right now we're just going to stick with Ava. Excuse me. They've been here for a while. They've been here long enough to observe the nature of this world and the fact that it's more complex than where she came from. What's up, Z? I see you, man.
私たちが定義する光と闇を具現
At first, there were no manifestations of what we know as light and darkness. So, again, taking for let's just take that this is Ava. I guess that's all I'm trying to say. Let's just take that this is Ava. She's been here long enough, right? She was one of the first to arrive. That's what this implies. That whoever this is, and we're going to roll with it being Ava for now, that when they first arrived, as we theorized from the first trailer, there was no light and darkness. But, and I'll let the next line go, and this was something that tipped me off right away.
化したものは存在しなかったでもそれを定義するものが
But our arrival here brought those concepts with us. So this is something that changed the way I saw Kingdom Hearts 4 forever, just like that. So we often theorized, many of us in the Kingdom Hearts community, that by Sora going to Quadratum, because he was holding the Keyblade, the darkness followed him, and such light and dark followed him to Quadratum, a world that used to not have light and dark. And by Sora's arrival, the light, and by proxy, the darkness, arrived in Quadratum with him. However, based on the dialogue here from seemingly Ava, it seemed as though light and dark was brought to Quadratum by her and the Dandelions, which, by the way, from what we're going to see in the future of this trailer, in later cuts, it's very obvious that Ava and the seeds of the Dandelions are scattered about in Quadratum. And now again, we often allocated the light and darkness coming to Quadratum as a consequence of Sora. But now we see it was a consequence of Ava and the Dandelions, or at the very least, whoever arrived there first. It's not a unique consequence of Sora. Now, don't get me wrong, Homeboy being here is probably a consequence of Sora, but light and darkness itself seems to have first arrived with Ava and the Dandelions. Or, again, by proxy, whoever got there first.
この世界に来たことでこの世界にも
The darkness given physical form only after we had defined it. Which is another interesting thing to think about. I'm wondering what the direct English translation of that might be. Because I'm curious what they might mean about defining it. The darkness given physical form only after we had defined it. So maybe you could argue light and darkness always existed in this world. It just didn't have a form. Right? We'll let it continue. Let's go.
私たちの定義する闇が現れた
So again, that opening dialogue reveals to us that light and darkness was brought there by Keyblade wielders who got there before Sora. However, Darkseid, in all likelihood, is a consequence of Sora. So, with Ascension, his arrival, if anything, is escalating the severity of light and darkness. And maybe this is part of what makes Sora such a unique figure to some of these chess players like the Master of Masters and Xehanort, is again, light and darkness was already brought there by other wielders, but by Sora arriving, perhaps that light and darkness has been severely amplified. And again, that intro dialogue would suggest that. And if we are to take that as Ava, what we can see, because that's the other thing too, right? Let's pull this. This isn't an accident either. So the presentation of this character implies that there's someone who watches over. This is a watchwoman, so to speak, right? remember, they're only letting us see 90 seconds here. There's no wasted breaths. And Nomura's always been good about this. The visuals always imply the narrative, right? Nomura talked about that a long time ago, that that's the way he handles the fact that these games get translated all over the world. You know, he's wise enough to know there's always going to be mistranslations. There's always going to be localization issues and screw ups. So Nomura has always taken the approach that he wants the visuals to tell and represent as much of the narrative as possible. Kingdom Hearts fans, this is nothing new to you. This is why his targets had the X on them. This is why you have the yellow eyes and the blue eyes. Again, this is Nomura's approach. This is what makes him such a great designer and, you know, such a great artist, is again allowing the visuals to carry as much of the narrative as possible. And this way, if anything gets lost in translation, which has happened, there are things that can rectify that or handle those implications that may have got lost. Now again, when we look at this character, she's looking over the city, right? She's got a very much a Watchwoman vibe. Compare this to the last trailer, right? In the last trailer, who had the Watchman vibe? It was the Master of Masters and an unknown figure, right? The book is still out on who that figure could be. I know Sigurd was the popular theory, but after this trailer, I don't know anymore. We'll get to that. But if we compare it to the last Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer, the Master of Masters, in a sense, was like this watchman over the city looking at Sora taking on the conflict. Here now we have Ava, who, if we go back to Union Cross, when Ava learned what the Master's plan was, when Luxu communicated it to her, she crashed out, right? She crashed out. She couldn't believe it. The Master would never. I'm certain now that Ava knows the truth, so that in a sense, she's opposed to the Master of Masters. So essentially, you have the Master of Masters from the last trailer representing the Watchman of one side, and now we have Ava in this trailer representing the Watchwoman of the other side. And again, she's raising up the dandelions. She's in charge of the dandelions. Fly them off to another world, just like she did right here. Send them off to another world. So again, you're seeing that overlap, and that we're really getting to a place where the kingpins of either faction might be like the Master of Masters and whoever was standing beside him in the last trailer. And I really think, and we'll get to it, I really think that Ava and Brain are working together. I really believe that. Okay. Or even Luxu. Luxu's a wild card. We got to look out for him, right? Homeboy is a wild card. We got to look out for him. Okay, we can circle back on Ava. I want to make sure we get literally every frame, every cut of this trailer within the first hour or two. So let's keep this rolling, because I'm sure we have plenty to discuss.
と闇を具現化したものは存在しなかった。でもそれを定義するものがこの世界に来たことで、この世界にも私たちの定義する闇が現れた。
Okay, so something I just want to point out off the bat. I know it's been a long time since we saw the last trailer, but there is no denying how much better this game looks. There is no denying how much better this game looks now that they've had the time to polish it and run it over. Now, worth mentioning, we don't really see a whole lot outside of this opening sequence that they've been teasing for years. And I like that. Don't give away too much. Show us as much of this opening. If showing us more of this opening sequence means the second half of the game never gets shown in a trailer, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. And as Andy in the chat pointed out, this trailer is running on Switch 2. Now, they've already put up a different trailer where it runs on a PC that looks a little bit cleaner, but you got to think about the fact that it's running on a Switch 2, and it looks better than the PS5 trailer from years ago. I did see that the 25th anniversary site is up. If we have time today, we will cover that, but we're going to take it one step at a time. They will show the Disney Worlds, though. That's fine. Show Disney Worlds. You could show Disney Worlds. I'm talking about the most at core Kingdom Hearts plot moments. Keep those under wraps. I don't want to see anything from the second half of the game short of a Disney World. Now let's keep it rolling. So something else I actually want to point out, again, like right off the bat. Right off the bat. Let me get a nice freeze screen here. Okay. So keep in mind, okay, good. Something I want you guys to notice in this trailer. Sora is adapting the abilities of his enemies. And we already saw a little bit of that in the first KH4 trailer, right? But we're going to see a little bit more of it here. I just want you guys to take a note of it. That both Xehanort and Vanitas, Sora is incorporating some of their Keyblade abilities into his moveset. And now again, one thing Nomura and Square Enix can be really good at is let the gameplay tell the narrative, right? If you can have the gameplay contribute to the narrative in a meaningful way, it allows the experience to be all the more fruitful and worthwhile. So when we see him using essentially the slingshot or the chain shot that comes out of the Keyblade that Xehanort used to use. You will see him later in this trailer doing the Keyblade surfing on the links and chains like Vanitas used to do. So what we're seeing is Sora adapting the abilities of dark wielders. So again, as many of us speculated, I think Sora is learning to incorporate the darkness like Riku did. Because ultimately, guys, that's why Riku passed the mark of mastery in Dream Drop Distance and Sora failed. Because Riku had contended with the darkness in his heart and thus was able to transcend and pass the mark of mastery. Sora has not contended with the darkness in his heart and thus wasn't able to pass. So we see right off the bat in this trailer, in the opening sequence of the game, he's incorporating abilities that come from Xehanort and Vanitas. So I think that's an indication of where his character arc might be headed. Gray Jedi, Hollow Purple Haze said it, based as all hell. Like so, like just, can we give my boy some credit that he's gonna get flung through glass and get the hell up and fight? You'll love to see it. And by the way, Strelitzia has never looked better. I'm actually gonna pull up the old Strelitzia. I actually want us to do a side-by-side. I'm going to pull up the old Strelitzia. So you guys can see why patience truly is a virtue. And the fact that maybe this game is taking a long time to come out, but it will be worth it. Okay, let's pull her over here. Okay? Big girl. I'm sorry. Guys, there is no comparison. The one on the right looks infinitely better. I'm actually going to pull her over a little bit so we can get a better look, better side by side. Perfect. Okay. Let's actually pull her over. Like, there is no comparison at how much better Strelitzia looks. And the other characters too. But I actually think Strelitzia is the most jarring difference between what we first saw and what we see now. The glow up is real, right, Vitrin? The glow up is real. So again, guys, this is why I preach as much patience as I do, even though this game is taking a long while. The wait will be more than worth it. More than worth it. Here, give me 1 second. Just need to fix a little something on my overlay. There we go. So, again, like if we look at her face here, it looks a little bit puffier. It doesn't look as well defined. Whereas what I'm looking here just looks, just in my opinion, so much more crisp, so much more alive. Like here she looks kind of like a doll, you know? Not just in the cute way, but in the sense that like she literally looks like a doll. Where here, like she literally looks like a fully realized Nomura character. Like this is Nomura's art style. This captures Nomura's art style infinitely better than this. And again, I'm not saying this was bad, by the way. I'm not saying this was bad by any stretch of the imagination. But what I am saying is this is infinitely better. You know, it looks more expressive. It's more crisp. It captures Nomura's art style better. Even the clothes. Even if we look at the clothes, they look better too. All of it, man. All of it. And this is why, again, however long this game is going to take, the fact of the matter is, every time we see it, be it trailer or screenshots, right? Because we got the screenshots last year. Every time we see it, it looks better and better and better. So, shout out to Strelitzia. Excited to see her fully realized. But yeah, this is one of the things that gets me really excited, is that the game continues to impress and look better. Now, our next question, right? Getting away from Strelitzia and her personal glow up. By the way, shout out 150 people here on YouTube. Thank you, gang. Like I said, you could watch anybody talk Kingdom Hearts. I appreciate you all being here. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Strider Ryuki over on Twitch says Strelitzia is looking fearless, and I'm wondering if she's getting flashbacks during the scene. Well, listen, okay? Strelitzia got stabbed in the back. Strelitzia died a hard death, okay? Let me tell you something. That's going to toughen this cookie up, okay? That's going to toughen this cookie up, all right? We're going to see a self-actualized Strelitzia in KH4. But I do look forward to, and I've seen some people ask, like, could this be Marluxia that she's talking to? Lauriam, rather. I don't think this is Lauriam. I think her expression would be a little bit different if this was her brother. Though I do think that is a subplot that if we don't see in KH4, we will see play out eventually. But, you know, the big question is, who could she be talking to here? Right? It's obviously somebody in an organization hood. It could be Ava, right? It could be Ava. Could be Brain. The possibilities are endless based on what we've seen. But I do think Strelitzia looks great. Like, I do think she looks fantastic. And I think a good guess would be Ava. There seems to be a little bit of an insistence on Ava in this trailer, if that really is Ava in the beginning. But even if it wasn't, let's just say our best guess right now is that whoever she's looking at is probably whoever appeared first thing in the trailer here. Maybe even Xehanort. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. We're going to talk Xehanort today. I'm sure most of you know you can expect some good Xehanort chats today. Okay? Excuse me, got a hole in my mouth there. All right. Could be the master. It could be the master of masters. That's another good point. It could be the master of masters. Xehanort technically knows her, and Lauriam from his childhood dreams he always had. Yeah, it could be Xehanort. You know, we'll get to Xehanort. I'm going to let this keep going because the Xehanort segment is going to be a big segment, all right? All right, here we are. Perfect. Right off the bat. Let me pull my boy up real quick. I think I had an image of him pulled aside. 1 second. Where's my boy at? Perfect. Okay. Give me a second. Give me 1 second, chat. We're gonna go over this. All right. All right. Could it be, ladies and gentlemen? Could it be? This is the face of Sigurd. Well, let's talk similarities and contradictions in the outfit. Because the outfit is similar, but I don't think it's a lock. Let's actually expand this a little bit. Can I zoom on it? There we go. Okay. So obviously no hat, but we could do without. This charm right here is completely missing. And here's why. Like, I see a lot of people jumping to this being Sigurd, but I'm not 100% sold. Maybe chat can convince me. But I want to tell you some of my issues. One, this is gone. There's an X. X's are important. I don't think that Nomura would so hastily or easily remove the X from his outfit, right? So off the bat, that's a bit of an issue. And if you can recall, look at this bow right here. You know what, actually? You know what? Give me a second. I actually never noticed this. All right, we got Stone Strelitzia before GTA 6. The bow is the same as Strelitzia's. Do you guys see that? Now, I don't know if we can make anything of that, but I do find that peculiar that this like necktie here is very similar to Strelitzia's. And I don't think I've ever noticed that. But again, let's go back to our boy here. Okay? Mr. Handsome Chad, Kingdom Hearts character. So right off the bat, that center charm is missing, and that bow that matches Strelitzia is missing. Now again, we've talked about how visuals are important to Nomura and his storytelling. I don't think he would be so quick to get rid of both the X and a necktie that's similar to Strelitzia. However, I have been wrong before. The next thing I want to point out. The collar on his is purple. The collars here I'm seeing are black and gray. Now, again, we're going to talk similarities. I'm not poo-pooing this theory completely, but I want to be fair, want to measure it from all angles. So his buckles here, these look almost like seashell buckles, right? Are very different than the buckles right there. These are more triangular and downward as opposed to like seashells pointing outward. Again, the button, so he look, okay, a button shirt, definitely a button shirt under there. So we got that going. This outer coat flap, have that going on here too. Colors are a little bit more muted than what we see here, but I do see that going on too. So again, I've seen a lot of jumps to this being Sigurd, but I'm not seeing enough to feel certain about it. What I will say is if you look here, right, here's where we get some of the similarities. See how this black thread goes around the shoulders on both sides? That's consistent. And if we look here, perhaps what these are supposed to be have now been changed to this, because you have this vertical strap strapping in the horizontal straps. So we see that works too. But again, I'm not seeing anything else that can quite confirm. How's chat feeling? Hermod would have green on him. I've seen people say this could be Hermod, but I don't see Hermod. I actually think Sigurd is more likely. The hair does match the best, but that confuses me because I don't see any hair. Right? I don't see any hair here. You know, Sigurd's face was purposefully hidden, right? So I'm not sure. I think they're happy to slightly alter the mobile game outfits, wouldn't overthink it. Yeah, that's where, again, that's why I'm not poo-pooing the idea completely. I think it's the best guess we have as to who this might be. I do think Sigurd is the best guess that we have right now. But, like, this is what makes Kingdom Hearts 4 exciting, guys. For all we know, what if this is what Yozora really looks like? What if this is both what Yozora really looks like and Sigurd? For the love of Kairi, ladies and gentlemen, it can go anywhere. My man says 100% Sigurd and the X was removed during Missing Link. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. Love to be here breaking things down, guys. Good to have you here, Tony. Hermod has wavy hair, green color scheme, and a gentle big bro personality. Yeah, if his outfit looked more like Hermod's, I could see the face and hair almost being a match. But again, I do think Sigurd is the best guess we have for this. Did you go over the symbol on his jacket already? We did. We did go over the symbol on the jacket. It could be someone else from the society, but not specifically Sigurd. Yeah, that's what I mean too, is like, don't rule out that this might be a new character as well. I do think the odds are this might be someone we know, but also remember, guys, Missing Link, there's a whole game missing now. There's a whole game missing that this character could have been from. So I think Sigurd is the best educated guess we have right now, but I wouldn't call it certain just yet. I wouldn't call it certain just yet, but I think Sigurd is the best guess we have. There's a couple contradictions in the outfit, but the outfit is similar enough in its composition that it absolutely could be Sigurd. It absolutely could be Sigurd. So, let's keep moving here. We can come back to that if we need to, but let's keep it going. Okay. Okay, give me, you know what? I'm glad that came up. We've got another comparison to make. Let's get him up. Let's get him up. Okay. Where are you? Where are you? Come on, there we go. Perfect. Okay. 1 second. Let's pull our boy up. Let's pull our boy up. Now this one I feel very certain of. This one I feel very certain about. This is Vali from Dark Road. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong, chat. That is Vali from Dark Road. Vali, who in mythology, in Ragnarok, survives Ragnarok. Right? The Norse apocalypse, so to speak. And here he is. This seems like a perfect match. Now, again, this helps us with Sigurd, right? The outfit is very different. If this truly is Vali, the outfit is very different. However, I doubt Nomura would make another blue-eyed, wavy-haired, masked-up character. But what's different, right, In this one, the mask was connected to the turtleneck. Now it's separate. Simply just a design choice. But I think this is with complete certainty Vali. Complete certainty. I see some people saying Yazora's OG form, and I could see that maybe because it definitely is a Noctis resemblance. And the jacket is very Versus 13 coded. You know what I mean? But I really think what we have here is Vali, because as we've theorized on this channel for a long time, Xehanort's going to be a big part of this arc, and I guarantee you those who he lost in Dark Road, the friends he wished to see again, are here. And what I really want to figure out, maybe I'll save it. I'm going to save it for the Xehanort segment. I was about to sound off. Kulim says, Landy Lodge, I have a new theory idea. Came up with it in the shower a few weeks ago. The black box was a roach trap for the Heartless that eventually started to fail. Yeah, we may have time for some black box theories today because I've got some thoughts based on what we saw. Okay. I am so excited to see him, says Skaz. Me too. I'm glad a lot of these characters are going to get some new life. You know what I'm saying? More characters from Dark Road and Missing Link and Union Cross. Between Ava, Strelitzia, and the rest. I'm not too worried about comparing fits. The fits are always going to change. Yeah, I think what's important is looking for similarity, right? Looking for the similarity. Like, how many other guys are going to have hair, mask, and eyes like that? We can judge him basically from the neck up. And no, that's what we're going to get. Alrighty. And then, whoa, don't go so fast. It's your boy Luxord, which I guess now, right? Here's the thing. If that truly was Sigurd earlier in the trailer, the Luxord is Sigurd theory is dead, which means we can move on to new theories. But if that truly was Sigurd earlier in the trailer, seeing Luxord here obviously would indicate to me that the idea that Luxord is Sigurd is now a dead theory. But we shall see. Speaking of which, I have to be honest, I cannot wait to get more Luxord. Outside of Luxu, Luxord was my favorite member of the organization. Without question. He looks a little older. Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, man, the Keyblade War aged all of us. Okay? The wait for KH4 aged all of us. But his outfit is dapper, man. And that's what I got to say. I'm loving the Quadratum fits. Okay? Somebody needs to open a Quadratum clothing store on the internet so we can all dress like this, okay? First one to do it'll make a fortune. Just quadratumfits.com, okay? Make it an online clothing store that sells the Quadratum fits. You will make a fortune. Okay, give me 10%. We can go into business, all right? I got a good lawyer in case we get sued. We can do this. Quadratumfits.com, okay? Or quadratumfits.hearts. Something. We'll figure it out. Anyway, Luxord has never looked better. And seeing Luxord in this Quadratum design makes me go, man, I cannot wait to see Luxu in a Quadratum design. Imagine another standoff between Luxord and Luxu in these Quadratum designs. You know what I'm saying? Immaculate. But anyway, it's good to see him here. Obviously, he's working with Yozora. Yozora is his commander. What that implies and what that means, we still have to wait and see. Really didn't get much for Luxord to chew on this trailer, but I will say he's got low cortisol, right? So this implies that Luxord thinks things are under control. You know what I mean? Ava looked a little worried. Strelitzia looked like she had her game face on. Luxord here, he's got his low cortisol Luxord. He looks like a man in control. He looks like a guy where everything's going according to plan. Now, again, think he looks dapper here. Love to see it. We could talk a little bit more about Luxord later in the show. But I just got to say, I'm happy to see he's going to be a player. Not that there aren't other characters from the organization that I loved. But if any characters were going to basically move into the starting rotation off the bench, I'm really happy that it's Luxord. I'm very happy that it's Luxord. But here's what I would like to do. Can't really zoom in. Let me see if I could actually hunt down a picture of Luxord. Because if you look at his pins, but every time I go here, it's going to do this. But look here, I'm going to move my mouse away. If we look right here, actually, what am I doing? What am I doing? Let's pull this up. This is a phoenix. I'll move my mouse so the play bar goes away, but look, that's a phoenix, right? Now, a phoenix is a very, very symbolic image, not only in history and in myth, but especially in Square Enix canon. So obviously the phoenix, Phoenix Down, it's the representation of the cycle of death and rebirth. That's what a phoenix mythologically represents, is the cycle of death and rebirth. And when you look at the symbol of the phoenix, right, it's got its wings out like this. It's looking forward and it's straight, right? So I have a lot to say about this, so just give me a second while I catch my breath. So I think it's very peculiar that this symbol is on Luke's sword, this idea of death and rebirth. Now, it could just be a simple homage to what Quadratum is. All these characters, not all, most of these characters have experienced a death in the Kingdom Hearts world and have since been reborn over on this side of reality. I wouldn't be surprised if, archetypically speaking, the character arc Sora is going to go through is the character arc of the Phoenix, you know, the cycle of death and rebirth. But what the Phoenix can also symbolize, is a sacrificial hero. A sacrificial hero. So when I look at this pin on Luke's sword, it makes me wonder if at some point in this story, he's going to sacrifice himself. It really does make me wonder. Now, again, death and rebirth. Kingdom Hearts is, at its core, a story of death and rebirth, right? I always tell people, and here, we can make this smaller. I always tell people that when it comes to the world of Kingdom Hearts and interpreting its story and immersing yourself in its world, you have to remember and accept that death in the world of Kingdom Hearts is not going to function like it does in our world, right? And if you project the way death works in our world onto the story of Kingdom Hearts, you're only going to get confused. You're only going to end up getting yourself tied up in knots. Kingdom Hearts, in a lot of ways, is the story of death and rebirth. All of these characters, from Sora to Riku to Kairi to Lushu to the Foretellers, like across the board, all the nobodies who became somebodies, from Axel to Saïx to Roxel to Xion, they are all going through the cycle of death and rebirth. That has always been a major part of Kingdom Hearts' story and its narrative. But to have it reinforced on Luke's sword's design makes me wonder if there will be something specific about that cycle that will apply to Luke's sword. Will he be a sacrificial hero, much like the archetypical Phoenix, with its cycle of death and rebirth? We shall see. Has Riku ever died, though? Well, here's the thing. Nobody really has, quote-unquote, died. But Riku's cycle of death and rebirth, you could point to what happens between Kingdom Hearts 1 and Kingdom Hearts 2. When Ansem takes over, because death looks different for everybody in the Kingdom Hearts series, right? For Riku, it was being taken over by Ansem. You know, it was having to hide himself from the darkness in his heart, as we saw post KH1 through Chain of Memories and KH2. But Riku's death came in KH1 when Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, essentially took him over. That was Riku's death in Kingdom Hearts. And we watch in Kingdom Hearts 2, this is why Riku's story is so impactful to a lot of people, because in Kingdom Hearts 2, you're seeing his rebirth. You're seeing him be reborn. And Riku isn't only reborn until he's reunited with Sora and Kairi. That's when the blindfold can come off. That's his rebirth. And this is what I mean when I say death and rebirth is very different. Like this, the death in Kingdom Hearts is just handled very differently than the real world. And you shouldn't project the real world application of death onto the story of Kingdom Hearts. Because again, I mean, you look at KH3, everybody died, but Kairi rebirthed the world. Kairi saved the world, saved Sora, and basically brought everybody back to the light. Again, death and rebirth, it constantly happens. It happened to Aqua in the Realm of Darkness. That was her death and rebirth. Happened to Terra being taken over by Xehanort. That was his death and rebirth. Happened to Ventus being put to sleep in Castle Oblivion. That was his death and rebirth. And that's what I mean when I say all these characters, death and rebirth is unique to them. They have their own unique struggle with the cycle of death and rebirth. Now, let's keep this rolling. Okay. My God. Give me a second here. Okay, folks. Okay, folks, here's a big one. So, not only do we have this cloaked figure that could be anybody, right? Could be anybody from Lushu to Sigurd to the Master to Yuzora to Riku. Who knows? Who knows what this is? It's purposefully vague. But here's our hint. The black feathers that we saw in Missing Link. So some of you here, maybe you weren't part of the Missing Link beta test. Maybe you haven't exactly gone through the Missing Link cutscenes. No worries. Landy Lodge in the chat is here to help you out. So, if we look at the black feather, what that symbolized were the ravens. And so, again, chat, you let me know if I've got my concepts correctly. So basically, the black feather indicates that you belong to the ravens, Odin's ravens. Great Odin's raven. But anyway, Odin's ravens. And sort of the idea is if you're touched by this feather, you can be controlled. Chat, do I have that right? Oh, this 100% ties to Missing Link's Hollow Purple Haze. This 100% ties to Missing Link. Missing Link was going to rope in Odin, show you that Odin has his own, how would you put it? Has his own agenda. Indigo says Odin has two ravens who are like his eyes and ears. That's kind of what I'm saying. So you know how the Master of Masters has the all-seeing eye, right? The gazing eye. That's not what it's called. Odin works a little bit different. Whoever is his ravens are the eyes and ears of what he can see, which makes me think that Odin may, in a sense, be in charge of a faction that opposes the Master. And that's what I think we're really coming into here, guys, is it's not just going to be two factions, the Organization and the Guardians. We've got a lot of factions building here. We've got the Guardians, right? We've got Odin and Odin's ravens. We've got the Master of Masters and the Foretellers. We've got Ava and the Dandelions. Like, we have a lot of factions forming. We've got Maleficent and Pete. Don't forget about them. We have a lot of factions forming, and I'm curious to see who's going to work with who's going to collaborate with who's going to collide with who. I'm very interested in seeing how all of that plays out. But again, roping in those who may have missed the Missing Link hype, again, if you are touched by the black feathers, you essentially are under Odin's control or under the control of whoever's, not disposing, but of whoever is in control of the black feathers. Now, again, symbolically, guys, FF7 fans, this may remind you of Sephiroth and how Sephiroth and Jenova, in a sense, are always looking for new vessels to control, whether it be that of Roche or Cloud or any of the other hooded figures. So again, this is something with like Square Enix's unique symbolism and mythology. The black feather represents being controlled by malevolent means. That's what it means in the world of FF7, and that's what they've brought it to mean in the world of Kingdom Hearts. And again, instead of it being Sephiroth and Jenova, it in a sense works with Odin's ravens, who their names in Missing Link were, I think it was like Hugin and Mugen. I don't know if it was a hard G or a soft G, so someone might have to help me on that. But that leads me to believe this is a Missing Link character. That's what this leads me to believe. If we're looking at Odin's black feathers here, the ravens, that leads me to believe that whoever we're looking at right here is probably from Missing Link. It could be Nept. It could be Nept for all we know. Could be Hugin and Mugen or Bugen, Hugin Mugen. It could have been one of them. Who knows? That makes me think, all these factions, a new Keyblade War, the actual Keyblade War. Well, I wonder if actually, now that you say that, I pointed out a number of factions. I wonder if, like a repeat of the Keyblade War, the Master is organizing 4 factions to go to war again. Because again, on the Kingdom Hearts side of reality, we had 2 factions go to war in our Keyblade War. But in the Daybreak Town Keyblade War, it was 4 factions going to war. So it's very possible that the Master of Masters, pulling his strings, is trying to assemble 4 different factions in Quadratum that could go to war again. Because maybe the 2 factions in Kingdom Hearts 3 weren't enough. Or rather, maybe not they weren't enough, they were just the first step. And the second step is to go from 2 factions back to 4, because maybe that extra amplification gives the Master something that it needs. I mean, think about it. Quadratum. Oh my God, it's clicking. Quadratum. the four unions. Wait a minute. And now four factions. Master of Masters, Foretellers, Sora, the Guardians, Ava and the Dandelions, Odin and the Ravens, and then again we have Maleficent, Pete, and then we have Ysora and his crew. So in a sense, 6 factions right now. I imagine some will team up, like probably Sora and the Guardians and the Dandelions team up. Ysora probably teams up with them too. So here, I'll give you 4 factions. I'll give you 4 factions. Sora, okay, the Guardians and the Dandelions are over here. The Master, okay, the Guardians, the Dandelions, Ysora, right here. The Master and the Foretellers, right here. Odin and the Ravens, right here. Who am I missing? Master, Odin, Sora, Maleficent, and Pete. There it is. Maleficent and Pete, Master of Masters and Foretellers, Sora, Dandelions, Ysora, Odin, and the Ravens. Again, I named a few of them. It could be any combination of that, but you're seeing my point. Quadratum, the 4 unions, the 4 factions, Kingdom Hearts 4, and remember, the number 4 represents death in Japanese. So actually, and I made a video, Rule of 4, a long time ago. I'm starting to see that I think I was ahead of it there. I think 4 is going to be huge. Huge, dude. Huge. So now that I'm thinking about it, I think that might be what we're seeing is the Masters trying to assemble 4 factions to go to war, 4 factions in Quadratum to repeat the 4 unions. Oh my God. The 4 unions of the apocalypse, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, the 4 factions of the apocalypse. Interesting. Oh my God. Okay. I may have to revisit that. Listen, guys, like I say, today is just a rough breakdown of this trailer. I'm telling you right now, over the next weeks and months, every little theory we talk about today will get its own episode. We'll do entire episodes about some of these theories. But right now, we're really just going through it all, getting out what we can get. But I promise you, all these theories that we're kind of playing with right now, I promise we will give them the time to interrogate them further. We will give them the time to interrogate them further. But yeah, I mean, and then yeah, like who in the chat just said it? Indigo Moonshrine. They all meet at the Scramble Crossing, the crossroads. 4 ways you can go. Oh baby, oh baby. Landy, wait, I left a super chat. I wasn't gonna miss you. I wasn't gonna miss you. Ruthie Hall fan says, I am the real winner of this direct because I got to stare at Luke Sword in his new look. Happy Pride to me. No, well, listen, if staring at Luke Sword can make this month a better celebration for you, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you, Ruthie. Just a Waffle, cousin of a pancake, says a new episode we're going to need heading on time. We're going to give all these theories their time of day. Today, we're really just stream of consciousness going through it. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's keep this rolling, guys. Oh, by the way, if you're here, slap a like on this video. Let's please the almighty algorithm. I'm a smaller creator. I could use the support to get into the algorithm to blow up these cool Kingdom Hearts ideas. So if you're here and hanging out, hit that like button. Let's keep going. Now, the boys are back. You love to see it. You love to see it. The boys are back. I mean, this just confirms Hades, right? This just confirms Hades. All things considered. Shion, I have a Shion theory. I have a Shion theory that we will get to, if not today, on the next one. But the boys are back. I'm wearing green for my boy Goofy, by the way. I'm wearing green for my boy Goofy, just saying. But the boys are back. The boys are back. Donald looks great. Goofy looks great. This pretty much confirms Hades, by the way. Did you see James Woods' comment, Landy? I did not. If you want to paraphrase it in the chat for me, I wouldn't mind. But look, this confirms Hades. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to break your guys' hearts. I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen here. You have to remember. Oh my God. Here's a prediction, okay? You guys ready? You got James Woods just tweeted about being in KH4. To the surprise of no one. Okay, we've been calling Hades for a long time. But hear me out. Hear me out. Okay? There's motion at my front door. Maybe it's a package. We'll take a break in a little bit and I'll see what that is. Okay, but check this out. I'll tell you what's going to happen. Here's a prediction for Kingdom Hearts 4, okay? Now, some of you aren't going to like this prediction, okay? I can acknowledge that. Some of you aren't going to like what I have to say, but I'm going to call it like I see it. And as we will discuss today, I've got a good track record on predictions. Here's what's going to happen. Hades is the ruler of the underworld. Now, whether we're talking about Hades or we're talking about Satan, Lucifer, whoever it is, right? There's something called the Faustian deal. And what the Faustian deal is in a sense, you make a deal with the devil. He gives you what you desire, but now you are indebted to him. This is Hades' entire play, by the way. He does this in the movies. He does this in the TV show. He even does it in Kingdom Hearts with Cloud, So that's the thing. He grants you the Faustian deal. Hades will grant you your desire, but now you are indebted to him. So what do you think's going to happen here, guys? Goofy and Donald are going to make a deal with Hades. The deal's going to be send us to Sora. But what will they have to give Hades in return? Their life. Their life. So hear me out. I think Kingdom Hearts 4 ends with Donald and Goofy being sent into the underworld. That's how I think Kingdom Hearts 4 ends. I don't think we have a happy ending, folks. I think it's a sacrificial ending where many characters make sacrifices. And I think Donald and Goofy will be sent to the underworld because this is how Hades works. Listen, guys, they're looking to Hades for help. This is clearly going to be Hades, okay? You think Hades is going to help him out of the good of his heart? He needs something to sweeten the deal. Now, look, there are other things he could do. But in terms of what could Goofy and Donald offer Hades that Hades doesn't already have? He's got power. He's got strength. He's got magic. They don't have anything to offer him other than their souls. So I do think we're going to see Donald and Goofy sent into the underworld. Do we think Disney will like or allow that? Absolutely. We're not sending them into biblical hell. We're sending them into the Hercules underworld. You know what I mean? It's not that serious. Like, we sent Mickey to the realm of darkness. We can send Donald and Goofy to the underworld. And that's what I think's going to happen. That's what I think's going to happen. And then imagine Kingdom Hearts 5. The opening mission is you go through the underworld with Herc and you got to break Donald and Goofy out of hell. That would be cool. That would be cool. All right, let's keep this going. The boys are back. We're only about halfway through this trailer, and we're about an hour deep. So let's keep, I told you it's going to be a long one today, sickos and normies. Let's keep it going. Okay, it happened. It happened. It happened. Chat, they called us crazy. They called us crazy. I spent 7 years, the irony, 7 years telling people this would happen. Exactly as it did. And it's here. And it's here. What did I tell you? And for those who may not know, listen, after KH3, I became suspicious. When young Xehanort seemed to know what Sora's fate was, Sora, your time in this world, he seemed to just have all this knowledge. And that tipped me off a little bit. And then I went back and played KH3 again, and I noticed that, anytime something was either Quadratum or Quadratum coded, young Xehanort was showing up. Right? In Toy Box, he's the one who knocks you into Quadratum. In San Francisco, in a scene that looked very much like this, he's there to approach Sora when he's chasing the Lich. Right? Not in actual San Francisco. In the San Francisco when he's chasing the Lich. And then you have that final scene where he seems to know Sora's fate. And I'm sitting here going, he's not done. And then what do we see? Xehanort's the one to hand the Keyblade to Sora. And I'm like, he just symbolically became Sora's mentor, right? Just like when Terra had Riku touch the Keyblade, just like when Aqua had Kairi touch the Keyblade, Sora and Ventus never had an interaction like that. But Sora and Xehanort did. Sora and Xehanort did. And not only that, then you get to Remind and that scene with the Master of Masters, but then you realize that both Sora and Xehanort have taken the forbidden path. And you start to see that the series is painting them almost as two sides of the same coin. Two characters willing to break the rules to get the outcome that they want. There was so much to like, maybe this is a controversial take, but I think Sora and Xehanort represent light and dark better than Sora and Riku do. Just my opinion. But again, they called us crazy for this. Because here's what I'll say, man. Here's what I'll say. After Union Cross and Dark Road and Melody of Memory, this was obvious. Especially after Melody of Memory. Especially after Melody of Memory, this was obvious. You know? But you know, us sickos and normies, we were talking about this. We were talking about this during lockdowns, for God's sake. And here we are. All these years later. All these years later. And I mean, I don't know. I almost need to like not humble. I need to like shut myself up because I'm scared that I could stay. I guess what I'm saying, I could stay on this image for the next hour. I could stay on this image for the next hour. Okay? I mean, look. So for one, I'll say that. Xehanort did say he wanted 14 lives. This is what I mean, that like by the time you got to Dark Road, by the time you got to Melody and Memory, this was obvious to me. I think it should have been obvious to anyone, you know? But nobody died. Jeez, this is what I keep saying to people. Eventually people are going to listen to me. The cycle of death and rebirth is at the core of Kingdom Hearts' world. Not just in its storytelling, but at its world. All these characters are destined to die and be reborn. Xehanort is no different. And as I said, I always took issue with people that said Xehanort had a redemption arc at the end of KH3. Absolutely not. There is nothing about Xehanort's character arc in KH3 that indicated a redemption arc. And the reason why that particular take used to trigger me is because what I recognized is, oh, no. Xehanort's character arc, Xehanort's redemption arc has only just begun. Has only just begun. And you have to remember that Nomura said Xehanort, I believe Nomura has said Xehanort is his favorite character. I can see why. I love Xehanort. I think he's one of the best characters in the series. But all I'm going to say is, they said we were crazy and we called it. So what does this lead to, right? So what's going on here? Where is this going to go with Xehanort and Sora? And clearly he wants to lend a helping hand to Sora. Clearly, this is a young Xehanort who has a much softer take on Sora and seems to want to collaborate with him. Give me a second. I need some water. Give me a second. Okay. I don't know where people got the idea of Xehanort redemption arc from. Yeah, it seemed to jump the gun in my opinion. So, where is this going? This is my prediction. I actually think young Xehanort's going to be a huge presence in Quadratum. I think in a sense he's going to mentor Sora. I really do. That's been my outlook since the end of KH3 when he handed him the Keyblade. Is I think in a sense he's going to mentor Sora. Because as I mentioned earlier in the show, Sora, unlike Riku, needs to contend with the darkness in his heart. That's why Riku passed the Mark of Mastery and why Sora failed. Who better to teach Sora than young Xehanort? Who better to teach Sora than his former adversary? He's the fourth faction. He could be the fourth faction. There could be a young Xehanort faction with him and the Dark Road characters. If you look close, this young Xehanort seems to have the long white button-up shirt like the older outfit. Yeah, if you look in between the jacket, you could see that. I want him to be teasing, taunting while teaching him ruthlessly and want Sora to be frustrated with him. Yeah, I would like to see their personalities clash. I would like to see those personalities clash. Because remember, and this is what I mean when I'm like, guys, KH3 gave it away. It wasn't just Dark Road. KH3 gave it away. When he looks at Sora and says, "You make me think of an old friend." And that's why I think there's going to be a part of young Xehanort that finds Sora endearing, because Sora reminds him of Ericus. So in that same way, like you pointed out, I can see young Xehanort sort of poking at Sora, similar to how he might do Ericus, just because he knows what buttons to push. But either way, look, the question becomes why? Why is young Xehanort here? And I'm going to tell you what I said in my video years ago. It's that Xehanort is not going to settle for being a scapegoat. Xehanort is not going to settle for being the master's scapegoat, for being a useful idiot. You know what I'm saying? I think this man is on a warpath to get revenge on the master. Because I think he listened to the master, thinking that was his, the right thing to do, thinking that he was guiding him or or that they had a similar desire for a similar outcome. And I think young Xehanort, who says he never loses, right? A young Xehanort who says he never loses is going to do this. I mean, look, he's stubborn. Well, remember what he says to Ericus when Ericus beats him in chess. And Xehanort goes, whatever. And he says, that's because I never lose, is what Xehanort says. I never lose. What do you guys think? Do you guys, chat, hear me out. Hear me out. Do you guys want to go over my Xehanort theory from 5 years ago? It's like a 5-minute video. We can watch it and see. I think it'll actually do a better job of explaining my point than me going off the cuff. How do we feel, chat? How do we feel? You want me to go off the cuff, or do you want the 5-minute video that lays it all out? I'll wait on a second. I'll take a sip while I wait for that to come in. Xehanort is no smarter than the Master of Masters. We'll see. Yes, let's do it. Okay, we'll do it. I think we'll do it. Okay, let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I can't believe this. We're going to watch my own video. But hey, we called it. Okie dokie. Perfect. Okay. Oh, a little bit longer than I thought, but that's okay. We'll summarize it. All right, gang. Hear me out. I'll skip over some parts, but we'll get the general thing. So let's do it. A sicko or a normie, you best prepare yourself, as we are going to dive headfirst into the big bad Xehanort himself, and whether or not he is being set up for a grand return. So let's get into it. Redemption. Listen here, actually, let me move chat so you guys can see that a little better. We can first start by asking why. Why would we need to bring Xehanort back? To put it bluntly, one of the major themes in Kingdom Hearts is redemption. We see it primarily with the likes of Riku and Aqua, but it expands beyond all the way to characters like Terra, Ericus, Vexen, Ansem the Wise, and so many others, including even Sora, with Kingdom Hearts 3 in mind. However, contrary to some opinions out there, Xehanort has not been redeemed for his misdeeds of the past. We see this lack of redemption expressed in a few ways. The most on the nose would be watching his best friend Ericus revel in his own redemption while he is embraced by the students he failed in the past. Yeah, if you're hearing a difference in my voice, this is 5 years ago, and this is me like quietly in my room and everything, so little bit different voice. This is what a redemption looks like. Meanwhile, Xehanort is left with this envious, lonely look on his face and is left to crumble, but not before Ericus catches him. Even with Ericus' forgiveness, as far as the Guardians of Light are concerned, Xehanort is anything but forgiven at this point. We see this further exemplified in skip ahead
and Melody of Memory,
because I went over that point. But here's the second point that I always went for. And here, let me move this over so you guys could see it. Plans for every eventuality transcends time and space. The wait for KH4 aged us all tremendously.
There are a couple of things mentioned in Kingdom Hearts 3 that when you string them together, it can start to get the wheels turning. Our first clue in would be this quote he makes to Sora here in the endgame.
You forget I plan for every eventuality.
This, of course, can just be taken as pompous posturing. But when you consider what Riku has to say here...
It's Xehanort. During the Mark of Mastery exam, we learned that he can transcend space and time.
Now things are starting to get interesting. So essentially we have a dark wizard here who can transcend time and space that claims he plans for every eventuality. And to be fair, whether we look at him preparing for the Guardians to come back after falling, or his appearances in Remind and Melody of Memory, it would seem that the old man's words seem to hold up. His planning certainly did not stop at just one outcome. No matter what outcome we were destined for, the ripple effects of Xehanort were destined to be there. And I'm more than certain that he had a failsafe in the event of his failure as well. We'll get into that in a minute.
Knowledge of the fictional world. Okay, that one we can skip over, because we know about his knowledge of Quadratum. The nature of Xehanort's
Something else that
appearances.
cannot be overlooked is the nature of Xehanort's appearances post-Kingdom Hearts 3. Obviously, in Remind, he still appears to be antagonistic, as well as in Melody of Memory. But very peculiarly, I'm not sure his appearances are so black and white. In both appearances, he appears to be leaking information to both Sora and Kairi, especially Kairi. Kairi's visions of him in her dreamscape left a trail of breadcrumbs that helped lead our Guardians of Light to the world of fiction.
Again, that to me is what made it so obvious in Melody of Memory, right? That's what made it so obvious to me that he was going to come back in Kingdom Hearts 4. When he is deliberately trying to guide the party there, even in these little visions that are in Kairi's dream.
And it's worth noting that it wasn't just this dream version of Xehanort that did this, but also Apprentice Xehanort when he was speaking to a younger Kairi, which he kidnapped. Interestingly enough, if you thought Xehanort might be too arrogant to prepare for failure, he outright lays out what failure looks like in this cutscene. Knowing it's possible, he must have had a plan for a failsafe. But back to the point here. In both of Xehanort's appearances after Kingdom Hearts 3, he is no longer simply the dark villain he was in the Dark Seeker saga. There seems to be another aspect to his character that again is leaving a trail of breadcrumbs for our Guardians to reach their goals and ultimately discover the world of fiction. Why else do this unless you had some kind of plan for this outcome?
Before we do that, shout out to the Snake Boy, who just became a Junior Sage. We see you, brother. Now here we go. Now I know for certain where your heart is.
This last point is one that I think punctuates Xehanort's future perfectly. As we know, the friendly chess match between a young Ericus and Xehanort was always meant to be taken symbolically as the struggle between light and darkness here in the Darkseeker saga. But pay careful attention to Xehanort's words after conceding defeat.
It's just, you never admit it when you lose. That's because I never lose.
I know that at the end of the day, that this could just be a snarky comment from our main villain's younger, more moral self, but I think this is part of who Xehanort is. He never gives up. He never admits defeat. And we see that at the end of Kingdom Hearts 3. But when we flash forward to
Never gives up, never admits defeat. Sora, similar sentiment.
this moment where Xehanort comes to his senses and hands over the Keyblade, I don't believe this is necessarily Xehanort admitting defeat. Rather, this could be him pivoting his plan or his role. Because again, it's not like this was the last we've seen of him. Because as we mentioned before, the ripples of his consciousness and legacy had a way of stringing information along to Sora and Kairi. We'd be silly at this point not to ask ourselves if he's up to something. Now, with all of that laid out, we again have to ask, why? Why would Xehanort continue this fight and not just go quietly into the night? From what it appears to me, it's because he isn't going to settle for being the Master of Masters scapegoat. Which, all things considered, that is exactly what it appears as though he is at the end of his run. Xehanort is a proud man who never admits defeat, plans for every eventuality, transcends time and space, knew about the world of fiction, and seems to in some ways be leaving trails of information to our Guardians of Light. Considering all of that, and with one of Kingdom Hearts' primary themes being redemption and atonement, it leaves an open avenue for our former big bad to come in and earn his atonement. Much like his best friend Ericus, and much like Ansem the Wise and Vexen and many of his other former colleagues have as well. Perhaps it won't even be for a moral decision, it could simply be a man who doesn't want his legacy to be that of a scapegoat to another master. But ladies and gentlemen, sickos and normies...
Okay. It was nice to talk. Said, I know I laid it out nice and clean in that video, so I was like, before I stumble over and we get to the end of today's episode, I'm like, oh, I forgot that one point. I was like, let's travel through time, right? A la Xehanort. Let's travel through time and let my younger self do the talking. But yeah, that was 5 years ago, guys. 5 years ago. But I know we skipped around a little bit, but I wanted to get to the major points. But all right, let's let's keep this going a little bit. I mean, again, I could talk about Xehanort all day, and we most certainly will do an entire Xehanort-focused episode that discusses this scene, everything it implies, everything it is, because again, I believe, I can't tell you how good of friends Sora and Xehanort will be, but what I can tell you is that Sora and Xehanort will have a common enemy. They will have a common enemy. Xehanort's umbrella is broken. All right, let me give you, let's be Kingdom Hearts fans and let's look too far into this. So the simplest answer is that the wind is just blowing against it. That's the simple answer. Let me give you the symbolic answer. Just like the coat wards off darkness, right? You know how like the organization coat wards off darkness? We've talked about this in some of the artwork episodes that we did. The umbrella, especially when you consider that it's translucent, it is, you have to think of it, it's not just something that blocks the rain, it blocks sunlight, it's just another shield, right? Symbolically, it's another shield. Now, that's looking way too far into it. I'm not going to pull anything else out of my ass in regards to that. But like I said, we certainly will do entire Xehanort Sora focused episodes in the coming weeks because I have a lot to say about this. I've had a lot to say about this. And again, guys, those of you who are in the chat, thank you for taking the ride with me, okay? Thank you for taking the ride with me. Thank you for backing me up when I said Xehanort's coming back, even when it was hard to do so. But here we are. All right, we'll come back to this. Maybe we can come back to it later, but let's keep the trailer going now. Okay, now we get to see gameplay, which is just okay. Yeah. Let's actually, okay, we have to slow this down for the game. We have to slow it down for the gameplay, okay? We're going to move it to 0.75 so we can see things a little bit better, okay? Let's roll. Okay, so look at this. Flowing Edge, Lava Slash. And then there's this build meter. Let's keep an eye on that. And what we have, I'll try to get a good look at it. Oh, my goodness. It's all going so fast. There's this new Keyblade, Volcanon. So there's this new Keyblade that seems to be very elemental based, right? And what I love about this, and let me just double check. Do we have fire and water or do we have fire and ice? It will make a difference. Either way, what I like about this fire and ice, fire and water, I'm going to hold off for now on making a final call on what's going on here. But let me tell you symbolically why I think they're showing you this. Because again, Kingdom Hearts very much is about the balance of light and dark. But what if it's not just about the balance of light and dark? What if it's about balancing the two diametrically opposed elements, whatever they are? Maybe it's fire and water. Maybe it's light and dark. What if that becomes a theme of Kingdom Hearts 4, is taking things that are diametrically opposed and bringing them together? You might recall in Kingdom Hearts 3, in the Big Hero 6 world, Homeboy in the costume was like taking fire and ice, two diametrically opposed forces, bringing them together. And again, that was symbolic of light and dark, obviously, but now we're seeing the elements and the opposite elements being threaded together. So it's not just light and dark being threaded together, it's fire, water, fire, ice. Let's keep it going. So here's the next thing, okay? This is what we talked about earlier in the episode, right? And why I almost brought this up when we were talking about Xehanort, but like we mentioned, guys, Sora is now using abilities that his enemies used to. And not just any enemies, okay? We're talking about Xehanort specifically and Vanitas. Now with Xehanort, obviously we have these chains and these links. We've seen Xehanort use these sorts of abilities, and we've seen Sora now in both trailers use this very Xehanort reminiscent ability. And I believe they're showing us that on purpose. But let's take that one step further. Here he is doing what Vanitas does. Bring it back. And now he's using the same abilities and tactics as Vanitas. So again, we see Xehanort and Vanitas having a presence in some of Sora's new fighting styles and abilities. So let's keep that going. I just want to look around a little bit. Also, gotta love that we have NPC people as NPCs now. So this is interesting too, right? This reminds me of Kingdom Hearts 2. Now, gang, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay? Chat, I need you. This is where I need you, chat, okay? Would this imply that Sora can still use the Keyblade? The one that Xehanort bequeathed him at the end of KH3. Right? Because he can open doors. And, you know, and I don't know. Oh, I did want to point one thing out right here. So, I have some mixed feelings about this. If you see this right here, there's an indication that there's an attack coming. That's what this looks like to me. Is it's trying to tell you an attack is coming. I don't mind that feature, but I hope they let you toggle it off. I hope they let you toggle this off. It's not bad, but... And now, I brought this up in my video earlier. But ladies and gentlemen, I think the boss battles are going to be the best part of this game. I see you, Loro. We are so back, Loro. We are so back, bro. Oh, shit. Oh. The Snake Boy. Oh, sorry, I missed this, brother. The Snake Boy resubs on Twitch and gifted a community sub on Twitch. The Snake Boy. Thank you, brother. I hope you're still here. We appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Snake Boy. Abilities seem to be Keyblade adjacent. Yeah, there it is. Lands, that's why you're here. That's why I say I need you, chat. That's really what I think a lot of this gameplay is showing us. Is that a lot of these abilities, they not only are callbacks to, say, Xehanort and Vanitas, but as Lands is pointing out, they seem to be Keyblade adjacent. Like someone would need to be able to wield the Keyblade to allow for that. And now let's get back to this for just a second, okay? Let's get back to this for just a second, all right, folks? Hear me out. I don't know how many of you played Final Fantasy 16. Personally, I highly recommend it. I think it's a great game. I think it's a great story. Has some, obviously I have my criticisms of it, like I do anything else. But the highlight of FF16 was the boss battles. The boss battles, by far and away, you talk to anybody from a gameplay perspective, the boss battles of Final Fantasy 16 were the highlight of the gameplay. And some might even go so far as to say that the boss battles in Final Fantasy 16 are some of the best boss battles we've gotten in years. Yo, hold up! Hold up! We got ourselves 5 gifted memberships from Vitrin! Vitrin, thank you so much, an honorary Sage of the Lodge. I do appreciate those gifted subs. You are one of our most consistent watchers. You're always in the chat. Vitrin, you're always spreading good vibes. I really do love having you and Skaz in the chat all the time, chatting it up, spreading good vibes. Honestly, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Just please know, Vitrin, as I always say, just know that I never expect any kind of support like that. It's always appreciated, but it's never expected. All I could ever ask is that you come through and hang out. That's all I could ever ask of all of you guys, is just come and hang out. I don't do this for money. It's nice to make a little money when you do it, but it's not why I'm here, and it's not something I ever expect. But that said, thank you all very, very, very much. Back to it. So, Final Fantasy 16, going off what I was saying before, that its boss battles were so immaculate, what many may not know, I know the sickos who are in my chat a lot now, but the Kingdom Hearts team helped Final Fantasy 16 with the boss battles. And that might be one of the reasons why the development time for Kingdom Hearts 4 has taken a little bit, is because the Kingdom Hearts team was a major part of helping the FF16 team with their boss battles. And when you consider, right, that many that have played FF16, right, who sing the praises of those boss battles, what I say is, get excited. Get excited. And maybe later in the show, you know, as we, you know, after we get to the end of the trailer and we can kind of free roam, I could pull up an FF16 boss battle to show you guys a little bit of what you're in for. Right? Maybe I'll pull up the Titan fight for all those who know. Maybe we'll pull up the Titan fight. Show some of these guys what they're in for when it comes to Kingdom Hearts 4. But with that said, this is one of the things I'm most excited to see. And I'm glad that the trailer actually showed us what a boss battle is going to look like. And I do enjoy that, like, we're not just in an arena. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like a lot of Kingdom Hearts boss battles, you know, the locations they put you in look nice, but for all intents and purposes, it's usually a giant circle or square arena, right? Think of any Kingdom Hearts boss fight off the top of your head. You're in some kind of giant square, giant circle, giant sandbox. Now, the FF16 boss fights didn't work that way. They worked more like this, where you're in a unique landscape, right? We're in a freaking hallway. Okay, we're in an office building hallway, okay, in the middle of a city that's on fire. You know, it's like now we have to contend with the elements of our surroundings. You know, we're in a tight space. Like, you're locked into a tight space. And don't get me wrong, there are some fights that play with this sort of design along the way, but I'm just saying, to show this to us from the beginning is something quite unique. This might actually be my favorite enemy design. Blaze, I think a lot of us might feel that when we get to the end of Phoenix Forward. A lot of things. And then you have elements like this, like you got to defend the innocent bystanders, which, oh my God, hold on, chat. I gotta 1 second. We got a soy face, chat. We got a soy face. But you know what? At least this man, at least he's willing to look death in the eyes. Like, I'll give him credit. At least this NPC is willing to look death in the face. Homegirl just says, let it end. Like, she's just looking away, not even getting up and running, just whatever it's got to be, you know? You got to love it. But again, I love, again, let me say, love the looks of this, because something else that FF16 did really well was combining boss fights with cinematics, right? Combining boss fights with cinematics. So check this out. So not only actively in this fight, but then something gets, by the way, can we just say, barrier? Hello? And like I said, there's this interactive cinematic. You see, like, for instance, like, you're doing this, right? But the user interface is still here. The HUD is still here. You can't see Sora's face on the bottom right, but he's there. But as you can see here, it's still there. You're still in an active fight. This might be a little bit of a cinematic that's transitioning the camera, but you're still in an active fight. You know what I'm saying? You're still in an active fight. Sora took that punch like a champ. Yeah, you love to see it. You love to see it. Japanese office workers must be saved. Yes, save the salaryman. Save the salaryman. I still can't believe how good Sora looks. He's never looked better. I'd agree. This is some of the best he's looked. And there is something else that I want to point out about these trailers, and with Sora in particular, that I really like about the direction they're taking him, or rather, the parts of him they're preserving. In both these trailers, you see Sora willing to throw himself right in front of the danger to protect people. Right? You saw it in the first trailer as he's running towards Darkseid, and all the people are running away from the danger. Sora's running towards the danger. Again, these people are in danger. Sora wastes no time jumping in front of them to protect them. You know? I just like this overall idea that Sora runs towards the danger, and he'll put himself in between the danger and innocent people. You know? I think that's a nice touch. I saw a Japanese person on Twitter say it looks like Yoko and another person. Wait, Yoko Ono or Yoko Shimamura? Probably Yoko Shimamura. How the hell, Yoko Ono? The dark side is the collective darkness of all of us who had to wait. Yeah. Bro got tossed through the window. I love it. That's what I mean. Put my boy through some pain, right, Andy Brew? Put my boy through some pain. All right. 1 second. All right, gang. Listen up. I'm going to be right back. I got to run to the bathroom real quick. I'm going to refill some of my drinks. We're going to keep this going. We're nowhere near done. We're nowhere near done. We still have another 10 seconds of the trailer left, so we're nowhere near done. We're going to keep this party going. Don't worry. But we're going to pause. I'm just going to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll put on some tunes. Okay? You guys can enjoy while I'm out. We'll be back in like 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back. Let's put on some music.
I'm a fool. I spent years studying the workings of the heart. Yet it seems I still haven't learned a thing. The process of encoding hearts is incalculable. The inhabitants of my twilight town were data created from real hearts. I was convinced that they would think and behave the way I had envisioned, but I couldn't have been more wrong. A heart is so much more than any system. I saw it when Roxas and Kyrie crossed paths. I knew, but I was too stubborn to accept it. It's always the same. I try to wrap my mind around things my heart already knows, only to fail. I had so many plans in store, but once Sora was an acting force, they fell apart. All my research amounted to nothing compared with that one boy's heart. Have your laugh. I deserve as much for failing to see you for the fool you are. Xehanort, foolish apprentice of a foolish man. My disregard brought chaos to more worlds than one. But what were you seeking? You have surpassed nothing. Only proved how little we both know. We may profess to know the heart, but its essence is beyond our reach. We're both ignorant, as oblivious as when we began. I'm afraid that any world you try to create, any world of yours, would be an empire of ignorance. I had so many plans in store, but once Sora was an acting force, they fell apart. All my research amounted to nothing compared with that one boy's heart.
Perhaps I wanted to atone for events of the past, even if
Okay. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Do appreciate that. Just letting you know, we'll probably take another break in about 40 minutes. Another 40 minutes to an hour. I'm just going to feed my dog some dinner. We'll get right back to it because I'm certain that we still have plenty to talk about. Laurel Bluebell says, I wonder if Sora's barrier block will be an ability choice or if it's to showcase a perfect block. That's something that, and I know I'm not sure everybody would agree with me, but one thing I would like to see brought to Kingdom Hearts is perfect blocks, perfect parries, and perfect dodges. So, hey, what's up, Kokiri? Nice to have you here, man. So essentially, for those who maybe aren't as familiar with the action genre, so imagine a perfectly timed dodge, a perfectly timed block, or a perfectly timed parry that grants you an advantage in battle. Now, Kingdom Hearts, you need to have your dodges and your blocks and your parries ready. Let me tell you, if you want to play above standard mode, you need to know how to block, you need to know how to dodge, you need to know how to parry. Now, what I think could be cool, a cool way to level up the Kingdom Hearts combat, is to incorporate those perfectly timed dodges, those perfectly timed dodges, perfectly timed blocks, perfectly timed parries, things like that, I think would be a great way to level up the Kingdom Hearts combat. So that's an interesting observation. To quote Mael, parry it! Yes, Expedition 33, gotta love it. The block reminds me of Aqua when she blocks. That's true. Actually, now that you bring that up, Kevin, here comes Kevin. That is true. That is very similar to, let's actually pull that up. That does remind me a little bit of when Aqua does it. But that is a good point, Loro, is because it does look like a barrier, but you wouldn't really use barrier here, would you? Maybe I'm crazy. It could be reflecting a perfectly timed action, but we'll see. Sorry, my Chrome crashed. Did you mention that the magic door in combat looked like Heartbinder from KH3? No. We'll have to go back and look at that. Sora wears dandelion colors, black, red, white, yellow. Yeah. Black, red, white, yellow. He's always sort of had those colors, honestly. But they are a little bit more defined here. Let's see. To anyone /chat, all Quadratum's clothing /fits from what we have seen are almost all black. The only character in white is Strelitzia. Anyone think there's symbolism in that? Well, maybe Strelitzia is the true Dandelion. Maybe that's what separates her, Patari. Maybe she's the true I mean, she was in the white hood, too. You're onto something there, Patari. I'll give you that. You're onto something there, dude. KHC already kind of had that, the red perfect blocks. Yeah, but I think they could go further with it. But I see your point. Okay, hey, Landy, just got here. What's up, Gollum? Do you think that the girl in the black coat is the same girl that Lushu that was put... No. So, Gollum, it could be Skuld, but earlier in the episode we theorized on that. I think it's Ava. I think it's Ava at the beginning of the episode. The voice sounds very similar to Ava, Japanese Ava. The body's frame, very similar to Ava. The pose with the hands on the lap, very similar to Ava. There were just so many similarities with Ava that right now, our running theory on this channel is that's Ava. Okay. This all still doesn't soothe the pain of missing Link cancellation. Kid Q, I don't think anything will soothe the pain of the lost raid battles we all would have done together. I don't think anything can soothe that pain. But I will say, I believe there will come a time where we won't even remember missing Link. Maybe. Who knows? 1 second. A swig for the hardworking men and women at Square Enix, by the way. Airships around the dark side. Wait, there's airships? Wait. There's airships? I didn't catch that. Hold on. Airships. Wait, you know what I just realized? Hold on. Wait. Guys, day and night cycles. Are we going to get day and night cycles? Because, yeah, here is daytime. Here is nighttime. Oh, okay. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, I missed something. Chat, I missed something. I missed something crucial. Hold on. Where is it? I'm going to let the trailer run. Let's get its speed back up. Hold on. I missed something very important. Hang with me, chat. Hang with me. Let me find the frame. Where are you? No. You're not getting away from me. No way. Hold on. Hang with me, chat. I got something for you. Love them day and night. Hold on. I'm missing it. The 104 building, chat. Look for the 104 building. I feel like I'm just missing it wherever I'm going. Hang with me, because that's definitely not a detail I want to ignore today. Can't seem to find the still. That's it right there. See, I know that's it back there, but I can't see the number. Maybe it's earlier in the trailer. If anybody knows the timestamp of where the 104 is visible in the trailer. Because I saw it was visible, but... You know what? Let me see if I can scoop the screenshot, because I think it's supposed to show up right here. I might have to go look for a screenshot, because maybe it was on Square's. 1 second. I know you're here. Like, yeah, I know that's it back there. Like, back here is where it is, but I can't see the top of the building. You can use period and comma keys to move frame by frame. I think I'm just going to find the screenshot. So hang with me, chat, because we're about to go World Ends With You Shibuya up in here. Just hang with me. Hang with me. We're going to find it. I will find it. Hang with me. I swear. There it is. Okay, perfect. Somebody grabbed it. Somebody grabbed it. Perfect. The internet remains undefeated, chat. Okay. Let's take a look at this one, all right? Let's take a look at this one, all right? So, it used to be the 109. Sent to Screeny in Discord. I think I got it pulled here. So we're good. But, so, World Ends With You confirmed? How do we feel, chat? World Ends With You confirmed? Because I won't lie, this is reminiscent of... I know some people are saying this is reminiscent of Neku. But at the end of the day, I see a very World Ends With You-like aesthetic right here. Very much World Ends With You-like aesthetic. And now when we see the 104 building, again, we come back to the number 4. Once again, we keep coming back to the 4. Which, one second. Hold the phone. Now I want to compare this to another moment. We're going to compare and contrast something. Give me a second. The trailer on the Kingdom Hearts channel has it. That would explain it. Maybe I'll switch over to that one. But yeah. The 104 building was shown outright. Now, I know they showed that in the secret ending, too. But now that we have this billboard with a very Neku... And even here, that looks like the noise. You know what I'm saying? This is like reminiscent of the noise. This is very World Ends With You coded. I think we could expect the World Ends With You to come back. That's all I'm going to say. Because if we look... Here, we'll compare it to what we used to have, right? Compare it to what we used to have. Here, I'll pull this over here for you guys. So, it's not as if the 104 building is anything new per se, but you see how there was no billboard or artwork last time. And now, we got a little bit of artwork. Now, maybe we're... Oh, shit, it's not on screen. Maybe we're looking a little too far into this. And let me get chat back on screen, too. Sorry, guys. Always like having you guys on screen. Express yourselves, make your voices heard. I don't know if they're playing the Reapers game. I don't think we're going to go that hard into this. I don't think we're literally going to wake up in a World Ends With You like spin-off game per se. But I do believe this isn't an accident. You know what I mean? Like, they could have just done this again, guys. You know what I mean? They could have just done something generic with no implication or just something softer. But instead, they've decided to mirror not only the World Ends With You aesthetic, but maybe I'm a little crazy. That looks like noise to me. It could just be an Easter egg. We could chalk it. But here's the thing. I'd be more likely to think it's an Easter egg if Neku hadn't already appeared in Kingdom Hearts. If Neku hadn't already appeared in Dream Drop Distance, which set up this entire arc as well. So, we'll see. Maybe it's just an Easter egg, but I'm starting to feel pretty bullish on the return of the World Ends With You crew. I'm starting to feel pretty bullish on that return. Megalo Blazemon says, that would be interesting if the Dream Drop Distance characters from the World Ends With You are from like this version of Quadratum. We'll see. Noise are the enemies in World Ends With You. I suppose I should have been a little specific. The noise are the enemies in World Ends With You. The 104 has a new look too. Yeah, it's a little bit more slick. It's a little bit more slick. I wonder if Quadratum is like a higher level existence of the Crossroads of Destiny. I don't know about a higher level of existence, but maybe that might be what the master wants to do with Quadratum. I agree with you, Lanny. The first you said, hi, I'm just going home from work. Well, I'm glad you're joining us. Cassidy Bursch? Cassidy Bursch? Is that it? Cassidy Bursch? I think I got it. Cassidy Bursch. Okay. If we get the Reapers game, I demand Parasite Eve. Well, listen. Let's not get too greedy with Square Enix, okay? Square's been awfully good to us lately. So let's be happy with what we got so far. Seems like Valley, face mask guy, was wielding a Keyblade. Okay, let's check that out. Let's actually check that out. Let's put the 104 away. Point made. Let's go back to Valley. Valley, Prince Valley, handsome is he. Valley Ababwa. Okay, let's go. Could be split world where time flows differently in each one. I will say, I do think there's a potential that there's 2 Quadratums. Okay, split worlds are a very common thing now, and I think it's no accident. Now that we're on it, we might as well be on it, okay? So I think there's no accident that when we think of Toy Box, right? Go back to Toy Box in Kingdom Hearts 3. That's where Xehanort, in a sense, first introduced us to Quadratum before we really knew what we were looking at. That's how he introduced us to Verum Rex before we really knew what we were looking at. Now, keep in mind that the world of Toy Box, I believe it's no accident that we saw young Xehanort there and that he shot us into Quadratum, right? Those 2 dots connect. It's official now. Those 2 dots connect. Now hear me out. Hold on, lost my train of thought. Sora, Xehanort, Toy Box. Toy Box in and of itself is a split world, right? The toys, be it Woody, Buzz, Rex, Ham, they're all in a version of the Toy Story world where the rest of the toys and Andy are missing. They're in a split world. And young Xehanort, again, I bring him up, not only shot us into Quadratum, but he also explained the nature of split worlds. So ask yourself about those coincidences, right? People used to say young Xehanort shooting Sora into Quadratum was just a coincidence. You're looking too far into it. But now we know, what's up, Rural Neptune? I see you. Now we know that was not looking too far into it. That was not a coincidence. And if we recall that Nomura said that he would not make KH3 without Toy Story, you start to realize that Toy Box might have been the most important Disney world in all of KH3. Because not only did it introduce us to Yozora, not only did it introduce us to Quadratum, not only did it introduce us to Gigas, it introduced us to the concept of, not the concept, but it introduced us to split worlds with young Xehanort explaining it. And Toy Box in and of itself is a split world. With that in mind, that's why I'm a believer that Quadratum itself has been split. I believe there's a chance Quadratum has been split. And that maybe you might have some characters on one side of Quadratum and other characters on another side of Quadratum. Just a thought. Okay. Let's skip ahead a little bit. We're looking for Valley. Oh, yeah. Let's slow that down. Let's slow that down. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That looks like a Keyblade. Can we see the teeth? Let's see the teeth of the blade. Can we catch the teeth of the blade? Here we go, frame by frame. Yeah, there's teeth. Yep, that's a Keyblade. Oh, let me, hold on. Hold on, chat. My bad. That's a Keyblade. That's a Keyblade, boys and girls. Okay. So Valley has a nice little Keyblade. I like the way he wields it too. The dude is doing the Noctis pose. He's definitely got edgy boy energy. You know what I'm saying? He's got edgy boy energy. You'll love to see it. That may explain the day and night cycle of Quadratum. Oh, Patari, you're a genius. We'll come back to Valley. Prince Valley, handsome is he. Yeah, what if Quadratum has been split day and night, dark to light? Hold on. Yeah. I think that's onto something, actually. Is there a daytime Quadratum and a nighttime Quadratum? All right, hold on. Let's go through this trailer. Let's see if there's some characters who appear during the day and others that appear during the night. And let's see if we can find a common denominator between the two. Okay, hold up. Hold up, chat. We're doing this. I'm breaking out the notebook. I'm breaking out the notebook. Okay. Let me make a day and night column. Let's go through this trailer and let's see who's around during the day, who's around at night. And let's see if we can find any common denominator between that. And let's also see if we can see a character not named Sora who's there both day and night. It could just be a day and night cycle, but here we go. Let's investigate. Oh, let's put the speed back on.
この世界の構造はとても複雑
So
で
Ava, day.
私たちが定義する
I'll put a
光と
little
闇を
asterisk
具
next
現化し
to
た
it.
も
Just
の
don't
は
know.
存在しなかったでもそれを定義するものが
Can we go back to the OG secret ending and see if Sora and Riku are in day and night? They're both in night. I know that for a fact. They're both in night.
この世界に来たことでこの世界にも私たちの定義する闇が現れた
So again, we got Ava during the day. Sora, obviously. Through the window, baby! I can't make out what this is, if it's day or night. But I do know we saw Strelitzia during the day in the first one. This looks like daytime, right? Let's double check, but this looks like daytime to me. This looks like... Okay, Vali is day. And Sigurd was night. Luxord is day. Mystery guy during the day. Call him Raven for a second. Xehanort, night. Okay, see here he is fighting during the day. Let's see if there's any discrepancy between day and night. Doesn't really look like it. Let's see what else we can see. This is kind of overcast. Airships by Darkseid. I keep missing the airships. The fluorescent lighting on Strelitzia makes me think night. Let's go back to that. Yeah, because this looks like a city, like city lights. I will say, if Strelitzia is truly there at night, I will say that does put a little damper on that theory, because in Strelitzia we've seen at both day and night. Because yeah, with the street lights on, this looks like it could be nighttime. Okay. But let's see. I'm being told about these airships around Darkseid, but I don't see them. So let's take it back. Let me see if we can find it. There really are airships. That would be, I'm telling you, that would send me. We're gonna wait for it. I see no airship personally. I haven't seen one either. I have an eye for airships. I love airships. Let's keep an eye out. Yeah, I don't see any. Let's go back to before he threw that punch. Hey, is this what you mean? These aren't airships. I think these are the tendrils that are coming off of Darkseid. Yeah, so I don't think so. I don't see any airships. Okay. So it looked like Strelitzia was there at night, which gets rid of that day-night between the two quadratum theories. I think it's more likely there's just a day-night cycle. But maybe we could pull up the secret movie. Maybe we could pull up the secret movie and see if there's anything there that can indicate a day-night quadratum. So let's do this. Hang with me, gang. Hang with me. Okay. Pull this here. Hang with me while I pull this over. Let's go over the secret movie again. And let's see if we can find anything to chew on. Right? I sent an image of the airships in Discord. I'll pull that up. Okay, so this was something I remember talking about in my dual quadratum theory. That right here you're seeing sort of a split world. Right? One that looks a little warmer on the right. One that looks a little cooler on the left. Could pull to the day and night, but let me, while this is running, let me go to the Discord. and see what airships you mean, sir. So right there. So that's what you guys are on, huh? That this would be it. How does it make you feel knowing Zelda mogged this with 30 seconds of a child sleeping? Just kidding. Love you, bro. Listen, bud. As a child of the 90s, I'm celebrating. I'm celebrating. Okay, Ocarina of Time can mog anything and anything it wants at any time. Okay, let's pull up. Where are we at? Did you DM me the airships? I'm not seeing any airships. Throw it in the general gaming chat. Throw it in the gaming chat, and I'll be able to pull it up. But yeah, this is so. You know what? Actually, I think is better than the day and night theory is that Keyblade Sora was wielding. That was like fire, ice, fire, water. You're seeing a similar color palette here, right, between the two in the KH General. Okay, let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. Maybe I'm just missing it. Oh. Well. I don't think these are... Here. Chat, you let me know what you think. I'm not sure those are airships. It is interesting, though. It looks like something that's derived from Darkseid. It looks like those could be, like, attacks or missiles. I don't know. What do you guys see? Do you guys see airships? I feel like these are, like, attacks or missiles or, like, mini enemies. You know? What do you guys see? Are we seeing airships or are we seeing Darkseid tendrils? You guys let me know. Also take a look at Yazora's eyes. Okay, let's do that. Yazora's eyes. Yeah, that's true. That's such a good point, actually. So we're seeing this over and over, right? Yazora's eyes share this same aesthetic. I actually think there's going to be a theme. Like, again, we talked about bringing two diametrically opposed factions together, whether it's light and dark, fire and ice, fire, water, or as we're seeing here, red and blue. Not sure if anyone pointed this out in the trailer, but the Keyblade is part of the build system. Well, let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. Yeah, let's take a little closer look at the gameplay. We've talked a lot about story, so let's take a minute to take a look at the gameplay. See what we can find. Okay. I'd say missiles, by the way. I don't know what those are. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It appears to be purposefully vague, for lack of a better term. So we'll have to wait and see. Okay, give me a second here. Okay. In Norse mythology, fire and ice were what created the first being when they combined at the beginning of the world. A genesis, perhaps. Vali Keyblade has a moon and the teeth takes of a four-pointed star. Moon. So that might mean we could see something with Vali and Skuld, maybe. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Later, Bergie boy. Thank you for hanging out, man. Thank you for hanging out in this chat while we roll. Okay. Let's keep this going, right? I'm going to slow it down so that we don't miss anything. Okay. Let's keep an eye on this right here. Oh, let me pull it up. Oh, there we go. Oh, what was that? Oh, jeez. Okay. Let's keep an eye on some of the gameplay. So see, okay. Okay, so it looks like you build is a meter that's charged, right? Then Sora is going to do one of these two abilities. So it looks like you have to build up this gauge. And then when you build up this gauge, you unlock different abilities. Flowing Edge, the water move, and Lava Slash, the fire move. So let's watch that for a second. And you see how he used Lava Slash and the meter was used. So it looks like build is a meter that unlocks other Keyblade abilities. Let's keep going. And it looks like you can unlock Vol Cannon. Okay. A new build. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, I think I see. So it looks like build is a meter you build, and Vol Cannon. Is that a new build? That's what I'm wondering. So you see how like right about here, it says new build. As if whatever combo he just unleashed allowed for a new build to be activated. But let's see. He presses, okay, so it looks like he prompted that button. And that's what does this move. Okay. And here we have another one, right? Heart Barrage. Hold on. Can we go back? Let's go back a little bit. By the way, I know other people were pointing this out earlier, but it is pretty cool seeing that the NPCs are like filming the fight in the background. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like different builds give you different abilities. It's very burnt. Whoa, what's up, Lunar? I see you, boy. What's going on, man? Okay, this part is a little bit redundant. It's obviously a more cinematic style move. Let's go a little further. See if we can see any prompts or anything from this section. Again, that barrier is very peculiar. I'm curious to learn more about it. Before he rides the chains, there's a build, but it goes really fast. Okay, let's pull it back then. Before he rides the chains. Heart Barrage. So Heart Barrage is what rides the chains. No, that's Heart Barrage. So hopping on the chains is different. Okay. They're hiding whatever attack is called that summons the Heartbinder. That's this part, right? Oh my goodness. And seeing Sora with normal side shoes, very jarring. But this is what's interesting, right? So give me a second, guys. I'm gonna take myself. Actually, no. Hold on. You can press ZL to trigger build menu. It's basically a shortcut menu. Okay, here's what we're gonna do now. Let's put this back to its normal speed. Let's throw this on mute, and let's throw this in the background as a little loop as we keep talking. All right, let's catch up with chat. Okay, I've been going on for 2 hours here, so let's see what chat's going on about. And by the way, thank you for hanging out, by the way, everybody. Make sure you hit the like button. Okay, let's please the almighty algorithm. I missed the clown shoes of Sora. They are iconic as the Keyblade. I think when he crosses back over into the Kingdom Hearts world, that's probably the first thing we're going to see. But there is something I do want to say. In my opinion, the one downside of this trailer, right? let me be clear. I was not disappointed by this trailer. I think the last 2 hours speaks for itself, okay? I was not disappointed by this trailer. However, one thing that I wish they would have done was give us a release window or a release year. Now, maybe they're saving that for when they show off a bigger, slice of the pie, but I don't think it was right. Now, I don't want to say right, but I think they should have had some kind of indication of a release. Now, I see Loro saying D23 100%. I think that's very likely. I think D23 is when they announced the Star Wars world and stuff like that. But I think it would have been wise to give us some kind of release window. Because at the end of the day, we don't know if this game is any closer or not. Now, I still think 2028 is really the year people should look at. I think there's a chance we get 2027. After all, it's Kingdom Hearts 25th anniversary. They put up a new 25th anniversary logo. There's a new 25th anniversary website. Perhaps we could do that. But I think they would have been wise to give us some kind of window. But I think we can expect to see one come D23. Okay. I agree. No 2028. Again, I think there's a chance we get it late 27. If 2027, it'll be very late. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I think there's a chance we get it 2027, but it would be late. When is the FF7R Part 3 release? That's spring 27. So let's go into Square here. We'll let this run in the back because it looks nice. Let's run into Square's little release schedule for a minute here. We'll go over that for a while. Let's not forget that we've got FF14 in January. So Final Fantasy 14 drops in January of 2027. Then we've got, shout out to Persona 4 in February, but that's not Square Enix, but shout out to Persona. January, we have Final Fantasy 14. In March/April, we're getting Kingdom Hearts. In March/April, we're getting Final Fantasy 7 Revelation. So Final Fantasy 14 in January, Final Fantasy 7 Revelation in April. Let's say April, May. That to me opens the door for a Kingdom Hearts winter. If they wanted to do 2027. But I am starting to think early 2028. Don't quote me on it. I mean, maybe you can quote me on it and then yell at me if I got it wrong. But don't quote me on it. I've got a feeling that what we're looking at is a release date that's going to be early 2028. I would love to be wrong. Would love to be wrong. Let me make that clear. But I think that's really kind of the best bet we have is early 28. Late 27 would be a miracle. Late 27 would be a miracle. But I will say this, and I said this on an earlier episode, they're absolutely trying to nail it for the 25th anniversary. I know Square Enix wants to release this game in 2027. Because of course you want to release it on the 25th anniversary. But sometimes that's not in the cards. That said, I think it might be worth looking at. Here, give me a second. I know Kingdom Hearts 25th. I think they put up a site for Kingdom Hearts 25th. 1 second. Let's look this up. And we'll see what we can look at on the site and see what we're working with. I think they may have done it on KingdomHearts.com. Or is it a separate? I think it might be separate. I know there's a 25th anniversary site. If anybody wants to maybe throw that in the Discord. Okay. And here's what I'll do. I'm going to drop a link to our Discord in the chat in case anybody wants to join. Did you notice that the enemies Sora is fighting don't have shadows? Oh. Interesting. I'd like to see one. That could just be something because it's early in development. But they don't have like reflections either. You know, again, I think that's a cool observation. I don't want to go too crazy on it because it could just be a consequence of early development. But hold on. Where'd my mouse go? This is actually an interesting point. Hold on. Actually, let me pull that back. Perfect. Yeah, no, so even though I'm willing to consider that maybe it's because it's early in development, but look, this has a clear reflection, right? Clear reflection. They got none. It's like a vampire. Yeah, there's no shadow. There's no reflection. Interesting. KH Melody Mary came 2020, so KH4 2027. We can only hope so. The symbol on top of the door looks familiar, but I can't place my finger on it. Let's pull that door up again. Give me a second. Give me a second. And here, first, let me throw the Discord link in the chat for anyone who wants to join. Okay, invite to server. Here you go, guys. If anybody wants to join our Discord, I know people love to talk in there. Talk some games and stuff. Okay. Let's Let me look something up real quick. I think I might have an idea of what that symbol could be. Okay, my initial guess is wrong. Isn't that the charm sword? The Heartbinder, right? That's exactly what I was looking at, Lunar. I'm glad you said that, because that's exactly what I was looking up. Oop. Nope. 1 second. Let's give that a good look. Yeah, you see, it's similar. It's similar, but these are very straight. These are more of a swoop. But that's the Heartbinder he gets in Cage 3. But I don't think that's what we're looking at here. I don't think that's what we're looking at. Close, but not exact. Yeah, if these went straight out, right? If this was like straight out, then yeah, I would have been all for it. Something in Scala, maybe. You know what? Let me pull up the Scala runes. It does look a little bit like the nobody symbol, but it's not exact. Let me see something. Let me pull up the Scala runes. Okay, shout out to Mito over on our Discord that pulled this up. Let's see if we got anything here. All right, do we have a match? Do we have a match anywhere? So far, no good. Okay, not seeing any matches. Okay. So, I guess it remains to be seen. It's the same type of cross we see on Squall's symbol. Well, remember, Squall was Sora's first mentor. Do you think Sora's ability to summon Keyblade tornadoes is a byproduct of the Keyblade being bequeathed to him? We've seen a lot of, as Lance the Master said earlier in the stream, we've seen a lot of Keyblade adjacent, abilities be used here. Looks like Demyx is Sitar. All right, I'll humor you. I will humor you. One second. Let me see this. You gotta be fucking kidding me. You gotta be fucking kidding me. I mean, it's not exact. It's not exact, but this is our closest one yet. Right? Because look, the thing with that, it's a good guess. It's a good guess. But Demyx's horizontals, right, are longer than the vertical. That's not what we have here. It also looks like this has some kind of pendant here, and that's not what we have here. But that's a good catch. That's not a bad catch. Okay. Okay. Dance, water, deck. Can you imagine? Guys, can you imagine what would have happened if during the trailer Sora opens that door and Demyx walked through? People would go nuts. It's basically just the nobody symbol. All Organization 13 weapons have that symbol. Well, let's revisit. Right? But here's the problem. We're going to pull it up. We're going to pull it up. Okay. But again, you see, here's the thing. Hear me out. This is how I know we're looking at something a little different. Equal on all sides. Equal on all sides. This is clearly a little different where the top is longer and bigger than the sides. So it's close, but it's not exact. Close, but not exact. Maybe it's a new symbol. Who knows? It is a peculiar looking symbol because it's very familiar. Wait. Hold the phone. 1 second. Not equal on all sides on Book of Prophecies. Okay. Let's do that then. Let's pull up the Book of Prophecies then. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I might have a hit. I might have a hit. I might have a hit. I want to pull something else up just in case. Oh, where is it? I know it's around. I know it's around. That new sigil. That new sigil that was supposed to represent the dandelions. Oh, I gotta find it. I gotta find it. There's that new sigil that's supposed to represent the dandelions. But in the short term, check it out. Okay. This was a great catch. Here we have the match. All right. See how the vertical is longer than the horizontal? That's a match. Closest one yet. Closest one yet. But I gotta find, or somebody's gotta find that dandelion symbol. You said it's in the Discord? Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. Okay. Where are you guys putting it? In the general or in the KH section? Perp, Skaz, you're the best. Okay. This one doesn't do it for me. Good test, but that's not going to do it. Okay. Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Where's he at? Where's the bastard at? Guys. Guys. Boom. Boom. I don't know. Might be a coincidence, but I don't know. That top part looks like the pendant. Yeah, the clamps on the cloak. You're seeing it too? Wait a minute. Hold on. See, I don't want to get too ahead of myself because it's just one part of that symbol. But what if a bunch of different characters, right? What if a bunch of different characters have a different part of the symbol on them or something? I don't know. But this is quite the overlap. And it's the same amount of lines. So while these are separated and these are together, it's the same amount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe this really is Sigurd. Maybe this really is Sigurd. Hold on, man. So, okay. So for this to make sense, Sigurd would have something to do with the dandelions. All right. Hear me out. This is the dandelion symbol. So, dandelions, Sora Sigurd. You guys see what I mean? Like that, for this to work, there's got to be some connection to Sigurd and the dandelions. Let's go to, hold on. Where's let me see something. Let's see. Let's get the old boy back up. So, okay, little bit of a rebuttal to our own little theory here. Old school Sigurd does not have any of this going on. Old school Sigurd has none of this going on. Worth noting. However, whoever this is, maybe it is Sigurd, he's got the symbol on his as a pendant. If you look at the silhouette in the center, that is the Book of Prophecies symbol. Well, here's the Book of Prophecies, right? Oh, I see what you're saying. Right here, this black outline is the book. So, okay, so let's look at everything inside of this image. Let's not cover Sigurd's face. He is quite handsome. So look, right here you have the Book of Prophecies, right? And then you have the dandelions. Wait. Okay, I might be tripping. We might be getting to the part of the episode where I'm tripping. Okay? But hear me out. If we put this and this together, would it not make Mickey Mouse? Would that not make King Mickey? If this and this? I'm tripping. Let's go back to what I was on, okay? Let's go back to what makes sense. Okay, let's not get King Mickey involved in this. All right, so look. Book of Prophecy symbol here in the middle. Oh, it's just a heart. It's just a heart. I'm being stupid. It's just a heart, just like the Book of Prophecies. Just ignore what I said. Okay? So Book of Prophecy symbol, dandelions, Sigurd, and then what's this? Who or what will this represent? You feel me? Yeah, I was tripping a little there, okay? I was tripping on King Mickey, okay? Forgive me. Tripping on King Mickey, all right? Strider Ryuki says, not sure if that's Sigurd or not. Whoever he is, I still think you should try to cosplay as him someday, Landy. Oh, the only thing that would stop me is the hair. My hair does not grow like that, but I know there's wigs and shit, but like, it could work. I don't know, man. I mean, he's got the long eyebrows. I could see it. He's got the long eyebrows. He's probably got a big forehead, you know? His jaw is a little pointier than mine. I'm a little jealous of that. He has much more of a Chad chin than I do. Look, can somebody actually... One second. Just hang with me again. I'm sorry to do this. Chat. Someone's going to have to do it. Somebody better than me has to do it. Okay? 1 second. It's coming. You'll see what I'm cooking. You're going to think I'm crazy. But like somebody has to do it. Somebody has to make a version of him of this meme. Okay? Somebody's got to do it. Because I do think this guy is about to become the Chad of the Kingdom Hearts universe. There's no denying it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your future Chad. And all I want from this community is that meme, but with this man. That's all I want. Giga Chad Sigurd. Okay? Giga Chad Sigurd. Okay. Let's see. All right. 1 second. Okay. All right, guys. Give me 1 minute. We're going to take another quick break. We're not done here. Just going to take a quick break to feed my puppy, and then we'll get right back to it. But don't go nowhere. We're going to keep this going. Party ain't over, fam. Party ain't over. I'll come back. I'll read chat. I'll see what your guys' thoughts are. Lay your thoughts into the chat. I'll read them all when we come back. We'll be right back.
When a connection seems broken, he may have the power to mend it.
Sora, the rest is up to you.
The final passage reads, on that fated land, a great war shall transpire. Darkness will prevail, and light expire. This world is full of light. It's a world comprised of many smaller worlds, all connected, stretching as far as the eye can see. One great light protects us all. All worlds share one light, one fate.
I take it you're talking about Kingdom Hearts.
Yep.
In ancient times, people believed that light was a gift from an unseen land. By the name of Kingdom Hearts. But Kingdom Hearts was safeguarded by its counterpart, the Keyblade. Warriors vied for that precious light, thus beginning the Keyblade War All of this was decided.
You really think you can change the future?
All of this was decided.
The truth is what you see with your eyes, not what you hear. Sounds like your trip around the world opened your eyes, but you got a little bit more than you anticipated. You must have seen a lot of darkness. So you're saying the weak feel the need to justify their actions to maintain a sense of self. You can't let that slide. You can't let that slide. I suppose letting false light dictate the future might be a pretty lousy move. So, you can make a change. You have that power. What do you want for the world? You believe the world needs you. Sounds like you already know where you're headed. If you truly possess great power, the darkness can't control you.
All of this was decided.
You really think you can change the future?
All of this was decided.
The truth is what you see with your eyes, not what you hear.
All of this was decided.
Why not just sit back and watch it play out?
All of this was decided.
May your heart be your guiding key. Who are you really? Some kind of fortune teller? Well, I could lie, tell you that's what I am, when I'm actually a brilliant artist, even a scholar. I could tell you that I dream of world peace, when I'm actually planning for its destruction. The truth is what you see with your eyes, not what you hear.
All of this was decided.
You really think you can change the future?
All of this was decided.
The truth is what you see with your eyes, not what you hear.
All of this was decided.
Why not just sit back and watch it play out?
All of this was decided.
May your heart be your guiding key. May your heart be your guiding key.
I just can't wait. Once we set sail, it'll be great. Don't ever forget, wherever you go, I'm always with you. I'm training to become a Keyblade wielder like you. That's right. No more waiting for you to come back from your adventures. Tomorrow's fight will be our toughest yet. I want to be a part of your life no matter what.
Kairi, I'll keep you safe.
Let me keep you safe. She's fighting with all her strength to keep you from fading away.
So the reason I retained my form in this place,
It's because she's holding me together. You see, I had no
dots that you pull through.
The light in the darkness. It was you.
I told you, Sora. You're safe with me.
Okay. We are back. Thanks for hanging, everybody. Waiting for me. Let's put Giga Chad back up. All right, let me see what the chat's been on while I'm gone. Thanks for hanging out, by the way, guys. Honestly, like I said, this is one of those nights where everyone and their mother is talking about this tonight, but you all choose to hang out here. I see you, King Practice. How we doing? Let's get to it, all right? Let's get back to it. Let me get all my stuff pulled up. Okay, what's chat looking at? Okay, maybe Nomura's illustration of her for that one fashion brand, pink and black coat. I think they've given us a little view of what they're all going to look like in the Quadratum art style. But I think that's actually what's going to be cool. Because I do anticipate it may not happen in KH4. It might have to wait for KH5. But Kairi is going to make a grand entrance. And what's going to be cool about any character who makes a grand entrance in Quadratum, you know what I mean? Look, it could be Kairi, it could be Aqua, it could be Ventus, it could be Laurium. Okay, there's a lot of characters who have a compelling reason to go to Quadratum. But like the moment you see them come through the portal, and again, whether it's Kairi, whether it's Laurium, when they come through that portal and you see them in the new art style, it's going to make the hype moment even more hype. So I do think Kairi's being built up for a grand entrance into Quadratum. And I think when she comes through that portal looking like her Quadratum self, fan base is going to go nuts. You heard it here first, folks. Just like with Xehanort, right? Just like with Xehanort coming back, I'm telling you, Kairi's coming to Quadratum. It's going to be a grand entrance and you're all going to freak out. You heard it here first. Indigo Moonshine says, Landy is the fandom's #1 Kairi fan. I am. I challenge anyone to be a bigger Kairi fan than me. I challenge you all. Okay. Let's see. Yen Sid is the final boss after Master of Masters. I would like a secret Yen Sid boss fight. Like a secret boss fight that's Yen Sid. He picks up the Keyblade for one fight, you know? I think that would be cool. I do think, now that you bring that up, I do think a Yen Sid boss battle would be amazing. Okay. How in the world did Sigurd even have Brain's hat to begin with? Like, how did he know? Just saying. It's similar to Brain's hat, which always makes me believe, right? There's a lot going on with Brain. I believe he made a deal with Luxu. The question is he working with Luxu, or was it sort of or was it simply a transactional deal they made? I'm curious to see that. Jordan Kibb, dude, how are you? The real question is, the Sora's mom got it going on. I bet you she cooks a nice dinner. I'll say that much. We need memes of characters coming in that door. Could you imagine if Demyx walked through that door? Come on. Let me see what else I missed while I was gone. Okay. Snake Boy says, I do think there's enough evidence to say at least there's a solid chance this is Sigurd. He's more powerful than people realize. Remember, he somehow had Brain's hat to bring him to Dark Scala. That's right. See, okay, that's what you got. That's what you meant. Not that he's wearing the hat, but he literally had the hat. Ava. Sigurd and Ava are working together. Or perhaps Sigurd is manipulating Ava. But that's what's interesting about Sigurd, right? I feel like a lot of people assume an antagonistic approach with Sigurd, especially given that it's supposedly him that narrated the KH4 trailer. You know, now that I'm really thinking about it, maybe it was Luxu that tipped off Sigurd. Because if Sigurd was our narrator in the first trailer and Ava is our narrator in the second trailer, I feel like that either indicates they're working together or they two are diametrically opposed. So I don't know. I don't know. It's worth thinking about. Lunar Luck says the heart line symbol is the zipper on the organization codes. Okay, let's go back to... Yeah, let's go back to this then. Good old Lunar, keeping us on track. Attaboy. All right. So he's saying the heart line symbol in the zipper on the organization codes. This! Oh! Yeah! Okay, hold the phone. Let's Can we get a good look at it here? Maybe we should pick up. Maybe we should pick. Maybe over here's a good look. Okay, neither of these lend a good look to it. Let's try. We got other options, right? Okay, your boy right here. Oh, excuse me. There you are. So back here. Can't quite see it there either. He's got the zipper tucked. I know what you mean. I've seen it before. So let's maybe try to pull it up on screen then. Let's maybe try to pull it up on screen. Let's just throw that in the background while I look for it. Let's get the Master of Masters up, right? He makes it pretty easy to see. Because I think you're right. I think that is what's on the zipper. My God, listen to me. So 3 hours of talking will do to you. Perfect. Here's a good picture. There we go. Okay. Let's pull you over here. Okay, let's go. And then, boom. And the coat's warding off darkness, so what does that mean for the heart symbol on zipper? Yeah, so you see it's upside down here, but if it was right side up, I do believe it matches this perfectly. So, let's pull up Giga Chad. Hold the phone. Let's move this guy a little slowly. Why don't we? Whatever's out the window here looks a little peculiar, if you ask me. Trailer's playing, by the way. Yeah, I do. Okay. Let's pull this back up now. Could have some kind of inverted meaning. So I'll give you guys a hypothesis. Perhaps. So this would represent Sigurd. Here are the dandelions. This is the Book of Prophecies. This is the organization, so to speak. But the coat doesn't represent the organization anymore. I think the coat maybe more accurately, we know its function to ward off darkness, but if we're gonna associate this symbol with Sigurd, then I feel like this is the Master of Masters. So Sigurd, Master of Masters, Book of Prophecies, dandelions. And maybe this is the foretellers. Right? These 4 little diamonds. Give me a second. Let's just pull up foreteller Envy. We all love Envy, right? Everybody loves Envy. Okay, let's try to investigate. Hold the phone. Do we see anything that could maybe indicate? Do they all have this? 1 second. Yeah. Okay. They all have that little diamond. They've all got this. Okay. So maybe we have 4 okay, hear me out. Sigurd and whatever wait. So we got Sigurd, so to speak, Master of Masters, dandelions, foretellers. Envy gives me Raven vibes, and I love that about her. Of the foretellers not named Luxu, Envy is my favorite. I think she's going to be loyal to the Master to a fault. There are 5 points in the Sigurd symbol, like 5 unions. Yeah, the 5, because I got that there too. I don't know necessarily if that's what it means, the 5 unions, but I don't think so. That would be my guess. Hello there, Knight from Brazil. Love the other live about FF7, looking for more. Well, Luis Carlos, you are welcome here anytime, my brother. If you are a fan of FF7 and Kingdom Hearts, you've come to the right place. And as always, thank you for watching and thank you for tuning in. 5 unions on top. So 5 unions on top. But then why would Sigurd be a part of that? Why would Sigurd be a part of that? Right? That's where I'm a little bit confused with that approach. Envy was my union leader. Me too. Me too. Okay. Are they factions for Missing Link? Did we know how many there are? There was supposed to be the Baroque Society, right? Yeah, we don't know. I think that's part of what makes this tricky is we now have a lot of missing context, right? We probably were initially supposed to see this trailer with some Missing Link knowledge. But now that we don't have it, there are some things we just don't know what to make of. So here, I'm going to put the trailer back on loop in the back. Also, I demand an Aced versus Terra fight. I think you could get it. The police had it on their caps. Okay. Hear me out. Let's check it out. 1 second. The police had it on their caps. Ooh. Hello. Okay. So then this symbol... That is, yeah. So the authorities would wear it on their caps. Laurel, that is a great catch. Oh, wow. So then, oh man, it's why, man, if we just had the Missing Link context, we could probably know more. Please, someone bring up the sound of a box or door being opened at the end of a trailer. What? Wait, what? Hold on. Is that real? Hold on. Hold on. It does sound like something's being unlocked. Okay. At the risk of getting the hype too up about that, we'll listen to the noise again. I don't know if that's supposed to be black box relevant or even like door. I think it's just sort of the idea that that's the sound of a key unlocking a lock. Could be the lock to a box. Could be a lock to the door. Right? Sora's gonna... You are the one who will open the door. So... It's the sound of something unlocking. What's unlocking? Yeah, sounds like something closing, actually. Or I guess you could say it's the sound of actually, like, closing a latch, too. But also, it could just be a generic sound. Who knows? Shout out Travis Willingham voicing Aced and now Sephiroth. You want to know something funny? I actually pointed this out on my last show. But part of my backdrop has been Cloud and Roy Mustang, and now the voice of Roy Mustang is the voice of Sephiroth. So Cloud and Sephiroth were in my backdrop the whole time. Crazy stuff. What if it's a gunshot? Yeah, let's get more guns in Kingdom Hearts. I'm in favor of that. Who wants some guns in Kingdom Hearts? FF7 Revelation had the same sound effect. Yeah, that's why I'm wondering. Is like it could just be a generic noise that's made. By the way, I'm only saying this because we're pushing 3 hours now. If at any point my stream gives out and we lose connection, that'll just be the end of the episode. But I am determined to keep going here. But just letting you guys know we've reached that point. Okay. Clayton returns. Yes. Please. Who wants foreteller data fights? I want Clayton data fights. I want to fight Clayton with a shotgun. I want to fight him with a sniper. I want to fight him with a machine gun. I want to fight him on a turret. Let's give Clayton 4 different guns for Quadratum and 4 different boss fights. I'm in. You guys in? I'm in. You think Gigas will still be a thing? 100%. 100% Gigas will still be a thing. But I've got a feeling that the Gigas will be exclusive to one side of Quadratum. One side of Quadratum. Clayton returns to traumatize all of us. So, here's something I did want to do. And we can go back looking over the trailer, but something I did want to show you guys very quickly, because we talked about earlier in the episode how the Kingdom Hearts 4 team helped the Final Fantasy 16 team create boss fights. Here's what I would like to do. I'd like to, if you'll allow me, I'd like to give you for those who may not be familiar, I'd like to give you a glimpse at what these boss fights are like. I'd like to offer you a glimpse of what you could expect in KH4. Again, I would not be showing this to you. I know not everyone who plays Kingdom Hearts is a Final Fantasy fan. But, let me see. What might be the best one to pull off? Let's see. Yo, Snake Boy, thanks for hanging out, man. Thank you for hanging out. Okay, I think... Yeah. This is the one. So again, I wouldn't be showing this if it wasn't going to be KH relevant. But let me find it. Yeah, perfect. This is exactly what I want to show. Okay, so here's what I'd like to do. I'm going to pull up very quickly a boss fight from FF16. Because again, and you know what? Let me make it relevant to what we're looking at here. Because I think what we're looking at here is a boss fight very similar to how boss fights in FF16 were designed. And the point of that is, typically in Kingdom Hearts, you're fighting a boss in a big sandbox. There's a big round or square sandbox that you're fighting the boss in. It's like an arena fight. In FF16, it's almost like you are taken on the rails through different environments to fight the boss. And again, only talking about it because it's KH relevant, the KH4 team worked on the Final Fantasy 16 boss fights. So let me pull this up. I want you guys to see this so you could see a little bit of what we're in for, okay? You could see a little bit of what we're in for. Just look at how this is gonna look, man.
I'm coming, Kuka.
Andy says if there's even one fight like 16, we're gonna eat good. Andy, I think a lot of them are gonna look like this. You know? And let's bump it up a little bit when you get closer. Like I said, it's about like traversing, instead of being in a sandbox, you're traversing through an environment. And then I'll show you a little bit later into the fight when things are a little more up close. You see, because we're fighting plenty of giants in Kingdom Hearts, you know? But here, we'll move it back to the trailer now. I just wanted to show that for a second to give you guys an idea of what I'm talking about. But here, let's pull the trailer back up. Okay. There we go. Remember when Ifrit was found in a book in FF5? It wouldn't be Square Enix without Ifrit, right? Did we touch on Valley yet? We did, but King Practice, do you have something about Valley you want to talk about? Let's pull him up. Because we talked about his Keyblade quite a bit. We talked about his design, and here we can even pull the old folk up. Another game I gotta get, Final Fantasy May Cry. Yeah, basically, FF May Cry. Lunar Lux. Also, I can't tell, but at the start of the trailer where Ava is narrating, is that where the Master of Masters stands at the end of the secret ending for KH3, or just really similar? Let's investigate. Let's investigate. That's a good question, Lunar. We're gonna look into that. But, Mr. King Practice, if you have some thoughts to share about Valley, we would love that. Okay. Let's back this up. And let's get a look at where Ava is. Again, assuming this is Ava. Okay. Let's pull up your boy. We'll make this smaller so we can get a better look. It's too. Here's the problem: is like it could be, but I think the problem we're running into is our point of view is very different. There's almost no way to verify, if you ask me. But there's some sickos out there that could probably pinpoint where in Shibuya this is. So we'll see. I'm starting to understand. Okay, I get it. Pandemic Noctis. That is funny. We'll pull him back up. Okay. No. This is Noctis at home. Mom, Dad, can we get Noctis? We have Noctis at home. Okay, Laurel Bluebell's got something. Says you have something for this. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay. Let's pull this over. Shout out to Audrey. We linked her on our last episode for some FF7 stuff, but check this out. Lunar, you might want to see this. She says, KH4 new trailer has a very interesting detail I noticed. This Organization 13 character, come on, Audrey, Ava, is sitting on the edge of Shibuya Sky overlooking Miyashita Park, where Xehanort is shown to be in Nomura's art. Master of Masters standing in the opposite building. So it's not that they're in the same spot, Lunar, but it looks like all the spots where the characters are being shown, again, from Ava to Xehanort to Master of Masters, all seem to be circling or surrounding the same general area. So you're correct to sort of pick up on that. I will say, I'm thinking he may be a villain. I could see him, I could see it, you know, he's got the vibes for it. He's standing in the middle of the street like a degenerate. It's funny that I, as a New Yorker, say that, but this is supposed to be Shibuya, you know what I mean? It's a different story, you know? So Xehanort was in the area of the structure below Ava. Yes. Whereas Master of Masters was on the building on the opposite side. Kevin's back. Here comes Kevin. What's up, bud? How did Ava get a black coat to ward off darkness? Now we're talking, Gollum. Now we're talking. I remember thinking that same question earlier today, but I forgot to bring it up. Okay. That is a great question. That is probably, I'll give you credit, Gollum. That might be the best question somebody's asked me. That's right, practice. Here comes Kevin. Everybody remembers. Shout out to Treehouse. He was on for that episode. But there's the question, right? This coat comes from the Master. The Master wears it. The Master gave it to Luxu. The Master gave it to Xehanort. So, to me, that puts Ava in two camps. She is either, this is why it's such a good question, right? Because is that Ava, though? King Practice. We went over it earlier in the episode, if you want to watch it back after. The voice actor for Ava in Japanese and back cover, we compared it. They sound incredibly similar. And not only do the voice actors sound incredibly similar, her hands are on her lap, much like Ava does. And if you look at her frame, there aren't many other characters we can expect in Quadratum that have this frame. This smaller, more petite frame. But now, again, this is the question. Where did the coat come from? In my opinion, this only leads to two conclusions. I could be wrong. But the coat either came from the Master or either came from Xehanort. And I'm starting to think it may have come from Xehanort. Give me a second to think about it just a little bit. Because I don't believe Ava would want to work with the Master. After what Luxu told her and after everything she's learning, I don't think she would want to work with the Master. I almost think Xehanort might be a better option because Xehanort supposedly is related to Skald and Ephemer. And if Ava knew that, if she could somehow know that, she would want to work with Xehanort, so to speak. I see, so Luxu gave her a coat. I suppose Luxu could be an option as well, maybe, because we never know, and this is something else that makes Ava a very interesting character to talk about, is we don't know how the fight between Ava and Luxu concluded. Right? We don't know how the fight between Ava and Luxu concluded. Right? So it's very possible that at the conclusion of that fight, they could have worked out a deal. But she's done the master's bidding even now. This was her role. Yes, at no point did she turn her back on the master's role for her, which was to take the dandelions off into another world. Ava, you're the only person for this. So, but here's the problem, right? Is because we don't know how that fight ended, does it end with Ava believing what Lu Shu had to say or completely turning her back on what Lu Shu had to say? So you bring up a good point here, is that because she completed her role, it's very possible that she is still following the master's orders. I told her clear as day what it is I had to do. And again, I guess Ava didn't make it after all. Or as Andy Brew would say, I guess Ava didn't take her Adderall. So, again, does that indicate that she was supposed to be there? Does that indicate, okay, she went down this path instead of the path I laid out? I don't know. Ava had her own mission, and she carried it out. You know, it's interesting he says Ava had her... Wait a minute. Hold the phone. Choice of words. Kevin. Hold on. Hold on. One second, chat. Something just occurred to me, thanks to Kevin. 1 second. We're gonna pull this up. Hold on.
Did you summon us back?
Yep.
Let's move forward.
Haven't heard that name in a while. Zigbar, but hey, whatever suits you.
Is it really you?
Yeah, but some time ago I had to cast my old form away. Been through plenty more semblances since, but it's still me underneath it all.
What happened? Why are we here? You tell me!
I had a role to play.
Okay. Take note of his choice of words. I had a role to play. And after all these years, it's done.
And after all these years, it's done.
What role?
Action.
I guess Ava didn't make it after all.
Meaning what?
I told her clear as day what it is I had to do.
And is that why you decided to exclude her?
As if Ava had her own mission, and she carried it out.
Okay, not Ava had her own role, or Ava had a role to play. Right? Look, the choice of words, I think, is deliberate because they don't shy away from using role when referring to the role each of these characters were given, particularly in back cover or even in this scene. But when referring to Ava, it wasn't referred to as a role. Ava had her own mission, and she carried it out. I wonder what word they used in Japanese. Correct. Because you can't always trust the localization. Yeah, I think she I think she still carried out the role of getting the dandelions to Quadratum, but I think that she started cooking up something of her own underneath that. Because again, the choice of words is deliberate. Just 2 seconds ago, we said, I had a role to play. And then referring to Ava, it's not Ava had a role of her own, and she stuck to it. No, Ava had her own mission, and she carried it out. As if she listened to the master, or perhaps even Lu Shu, then she should have been here. Wow. Yeah, as in she did her role, but isn't there because of her own mission. Exactly, Lunar. Exactly, Lunar Lux. Oh my god. The foxes. You sly fox. She sure sly fox, isn't she? Oh my goodness. That just threw me for a little loop. Now, here. Okay, let's do that too. Let's do that too. Loro never fails when he sends me something. Oh, Loro! You're right! You're right! You're so right! Oh my god! Da 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 da. You get the point. Look at that. They showed us her in the coat long ago. I remember some thought this might be Strelitzia back in the day, right? But Strelitzia we've seen in a white cloak. Strelitzia wears a white cloak. This was Ava. This was Ava. Oh my goodness. I've never been more convinced now. I would now be shocked if this wasn't Ava. And also, Loro Bluebell, this is why we love having Loro around, says he used Google Translate, so grain of salt. He used Google Translate to translate the line, but even in Japanese, check it, he brought the receipts. Even in Japanese, he referred to it as a mission. Ava has black hair. That's what's crazy, right? We don't know what color Ava's hair is. We don't know what color Ava's hair is. Nomura can't keep getting away with this. I'm telling you, he always leaves a trail of breadcrumbs. This is what I love about Nomura, right? Lushu takes off the hood. We all freak out. Oh my God, Xigbar is Lushu. And then you go back and you're like, he was beating me over the head with it. I was getting beat over the head with the fact Xigbar is Lushu. And now I'm wondering if if I'm getting beat over the head with this too. He can't keep getting away with it. I know. Laurium is holding a dandelion in the pick. Yeah. It's, jeez. Wait, no, I think I cracked something. I think I might have cracked something. Hold on. Let me just think about it. Okay, I think I'm on to something, chat. Hear me out. Okay. So, Ventus and Chirithy are a pair, correct? Ventus and Chirithy go together, as we saw with KH3. Ephemer and Skuld go together. As we saw, in all likelihood, that's Xehanort's lineage. That's his ancestry. So, we've paired up Ventus and Chirithy, and we've paired up Skuld and Ephemer, leaving us with 3. But maybe this isn't 3. Maybe this is Laurium, Strelitzia, right? Laurium, Strelitzia, and that this whole time Ava and Brain have been working together. Yo, Billy the Kid Lawrence with a $5 super chat. Says, gotta catch the full stream later because I work, but just wanted to say, absolutely, dude. We're hyped, dude. I'm happy to see you here. Enjoy work. Glad you're killing it. Nice to hear from you, brother. Billy the Kid, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a shot in the dark. You ready for this? I might be wrong, but in light of today, I'm more right than we often think. So hear me out. Ventus and Chirithy go together. Skuld and Ephemer go together. Laurium and Strelitzia go together. I now believe wholeheartedly Ava and Brain have been working on this the entire time. I think everything that's going on between Quadratum and the world of fiction and the Missing Link Scala, I'm now starting to think this is all one big collaboration between Ava and Brain. Now, I don't remember off the top of my head. I'll try to pull it up just to be sure. Off the top of your head, guys, what happened first? Was it Ava and Luxu clashing or Luxu and Brain cutting a deal? I'm going to pull up the finale just in case. Do you guys remember what happened first? Was it Luxu and Brain met or Ava and Luxu clashed? Let's figure this out. Let's figure this out. Okay. 1 second. What came first? The clashing? Ava versus Luxu first. Okay. So okay. See, this is what I think I got something. Ava and Luxu clash. I'm telling you, the conclusion of their clash is being held from us because it has the answer to everything. Hear me out. I think it was the clash, but also I don't know if we know exactly when that takes place. Hear me out. I think I'm onto something here. And let's put the trailer up in the back. What if, hear me out, Ava and Luxu clash, but we don't see how that clash ends, right? But both Ava and Luxu become aware of each other's roles, become aware of each other's missions, and say what you will, Luxu didn't exactly look disappointed when Ava wasn't there. It was almost like, oh, I had a feeling. I'm starting to wonder if Ava and Luxu clashed, but then struck some kind of deal. Because then after Ava and Luxu clash, Luxu then goes to find Brain. How did he know where Brain was? Could be the Master. Could be Ava. And we've seen with Luxu, there definitely is a desire to betray the Master, right? Luxu is the traitor. And we've also seen a softer side of Luxu, one who wants to watch over the dandelions, right? This is why Luxu might be my favorite character in all of Kingdom Hearts. Because if anyone's playing 4D chess, it's Luxu. So Ava and Luxu clash. The result is Luxu finds Brain and strikes a deal with Brain. I'm starting to think there might be a little collaboration between the three of them going on. That's what I'm starting to think. The flower could be from the garden young Xehanort is in. Ava teaming with young Xehanort. I could see that. Makes sense because Luxu already had reservations. That's what I'm kind of saying, man. By the way, the dude, thank you for hanging out, dude. Appreciate having you in here. Lunar says it's a white bleeding heart flower represents the death of a young woman. What if Ava died and lost and that's why she's there? She's holding a flower. Oh, symbolizing her death. I think Lunar's right. Pull it back up. Bleeding heart flower, right? So she loses the fight. She could lose the fight to Luxu. I don't know. I gotta think about that. One. Oh, Landy, also, we never see Ava die in the Keyblade War. You fight her, then she just leaves. Yeah, that's what's interesting too, right? So it's like, if Ava is there, how does she get there without dying? How does she get there without dying? She would have to abuse the power of waking, but I don't think she would do that. Ava's a good girl. I don't think she would do that. Could white flower also mean white coat? I think that's probably better symbolized by the pure white dandelion here. Luxu watches over the Dandelions in exchange for Ava going to Quadratum to move against the Master of Masters. Yeah. Interesting. So, explains why she's in Quadratum. Isn't that an afterlife for their reality? So only logic is she lost. Yeah. So then she loses the fight to Luxu, which gives Luxu the opening to go find Brain. So I no longer think he got to Brain through Ava. I actually think Lunar is on the money. She probably lost that fight. Did she ever become a vessel for the willful darkness? No. And that answers another question I saw a lot of people have. Why is she wearing this coat? Well, think about it. She's protecting herself from true darkness. You know, she's protecting herself. I think all the other foretellers, if not already, will be vessels for the darkness like the Master wants. But so long as Ava... Oh my God, Luxu spilt all the beans. No, she believes Luxu. No. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold up. Wait a minute. If she didn't believe Luxu, she wouldn't wear that coat. She would only be wearing that coat if she was afraid the Master was trying to make her a vessel for true darkness. She may not have believed Luxu initially. So that's why, Lunar, I think you're on to something, but it may not be as simple as she lost the fight. They may have worked something out to get her over there. I don't know, because I'm thinking if she trusted the Master, she wouldn't wear this coat. She wouldn't wear this coat. If she was scared the Master was going to make her a vessel for true darkness, then she would put this coat on. And now we know the Master of Masters didn't give her this coat because that goes against his plan. Yeah. I've been good, Sephiroth. Crescent, how are you? I've gotten your email, by the way. I intend to reply. I'm just not in FF14 head mode just lately, but I do intend to reply. I need to catch up on FF14 before I can talk Evercold. Outside of the main story of Dawntrail, a lot of the post MSQ I haven't done yet, so I'll have to catch up and get back to you, but just know I have my eye on it. But let's get back to this. So, again, if Ava truly still believed in the Master and truly believed Luxu was lying, there's no way she would wear this coat. The only reason she would wear this coat is if she truly believes the Master wants to make her a vessel for true darkness. So that tells me whatever faction she's working with, it opposes the Master. Now the question is, who gave her the coat? Was it Luxu? But Luxu still has his coat when he goes to see Brain. Luxu still has his coat when he goes to see Brain. So I don't think this coat came from Luxu. I think it may have come from Xehanort. It does look kind of big on her. Let's get her standing up, because all of our clothes can slouch a little bit when we're sitting. No, those sleeves check out. Those sleeves check out. This is fitted. That's fitted, boy. That's fitted. Nope. I'm calling it right now. I'm calling it right now. I'm calling it right now. You see this? Xehanort gave her the coat. Ephemer and Skuld. I'm telling you, I think that's why Ava, if anything, could have a soft feeling towards Xehanort, because that's Ephemer and Skuld's descendant. So there's something in the sense that Ava might trust. The hood? Nah, the hood is intentionally big so we can't see her face. She has aura. She has so much aura. I think the hood is big just so we can't see her face. I think it's possible to recreate the coat. Riku and Mickey got theirs from Ansem the Wise. Good point. Which is why it doesn't have to necessarily be from the Master, which is why I think... Okay, I'm seeing that Luxu could have made the coat, but I don't know why. I feel like she may be with Xehanort. Does it go against his plan, though? Master of Master wears one. It has to be part of his plan, I think. I don't think the Master intends to be a vessel. I don't think the Master intends to be a vessel. Ava did say that the darkness was given physical form only after we defined it. The Master needs true darkness to be either in a vessel or some kind of physical form to defeat it. Foreshadowing, maybe. Yeah, that's a good point. She's speaking to the nature of true darkness and that it needs a form to define it. And when she says it was only after we've given it a form, the question is, what exactly does she mean by that? When Master of Master meets Xehanort, it's only possible because 1, No Name exists with Odin. 2, Luxu exists as Bragi. Yeah, in the Remind scene, you right, Kid Q? I'm following you. What did Loro say? I'm seeing some OMGs for Loro. Where's our boy at? Maybe it came over on Twitch. Okay, I have no idea what this could mean, but here. Okay, I love that. Okay, this is going off what Lunar was telling us. Let's go for it. Okay, here we have this. There's the flower. According to Japanese legend, the Bleeding Heart flower tells the tragic story of a prince who tried to win a maiden's heart. He offered her a series of gifts, a pair of earrings, a pair of slippers, and finally a dagger. Each gift was refused, and when the maiden turned away, the prince pierced his own heart. From the ground where his love fell, a bleeding heart bloomed. The parts of the flower beautifully mimic the tale. Slippers, earrings, dagger. Interesting. Okay. I want to think about that. A prince who tried to win a maiden's heart, offered a series of gifts, and was denied. Okay, so let's pull... I got so many images up. Pull this back up. Okay. Before the clash and mention Quadratum. Wait, Kid Q, what do you mean? Write your whole train of thought. Yeah, reboot, Kid Q. Write your whole train of thought as one message. I'm curious what you're getting at. Dagger, Snow White, Slipper, Cinderella. Yeah, I see how it matches the Cinderella tale, but how would this apply to Ava? Oh, maybe it's something with Brain. No. Maybe it's something. Xehanort was like the... Here, let's pull that up. Let's pull that back up. Sorry, a prince who tried to win a maiden's heart. A prince who tried to win a maiden's heart. The prince pierced his own heart. Well, that just makes me think of Sora, right? The prince pierced his own heart. That makes me think of Sora in KH1, but it doesn't really match the mythos here. Is Ava a princess or related to one? Not that we really know. She could be a princess of heart. Wait, a prince. Maybe. Okay, hold on. Okay, what if this maybe has something to do with Ventus and Strelitzia instead? Maybe. Maybe it's an offer of deals and she rejected them all? Could be. Could be. Hassan says, gonna say it again. I wonder if it's possible Ava defeated Luxu, took his coat and Keyblade, then went to Brain and kicked off the whole thing. I mean, we have seen that Ava can be a shapeshifter. Maybe Ava rejecting the Master of Masters' plan. Vitrin! Vitrin! I mean, that's our best guess so far. I'll give you that. That's our best guess so far. Is that it could be the Master of Masters, or rather Ava rejecting that plan. That is interesting. We know the Master of Masters was very softened with Ava. Yeah, I got like almost like a big brother or like dad to daughter type vibe. Not saying they're related, but I'm just saying strictly on vibes. I don't know. I think I may need to think about that one a little more. But that's good. That's good. Kid Q says, young Xehanort gets no name after speaking with Master of Masters. Okay. Gets black coat, then goes to Quadratum. He may have gotten there because Ava made before him and became a waypoint. But I'm not... Okay, I'm gonna if a character is a reason Xehanort got over there, I think it may have more to do with either his friends or Skuld. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's right. That's right. Hold on. Hang with me. Hang with me. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Guys, I'm going to ask you to follow me on this. I've been thinking about it for a while. Okay? I've been thinking about this for a while, but I need chat. I need chat, okay? Everyone's favorite chicken nugget, spicy chicken nugget, Xion. Hear me out. This is a little bit separate from what we were talking about, but it is something that I kind of wanted to point out. So, Xehanort said a 14th life to see the new world. I'm paraphrasing, but you guys follow. 14th life to see the new world. 14. Hold on to that number. 14. And we know how big 4 is for Kingdom Hearts 4. 14th life to go see the new world. Xion is the 14th member of Organization 13. Xion's name is number I. And the I stands for imaginary. Fiction. World of fiction. Quadratum. I'm going to say that again to get you guys to follow. I think there might be something here to unlock. I don't have a conclusion for what I'm saying. But again, Xehanort said, 14th life to see the new world. Xion is Organization 13 member 14. Her name is number I, which means imaginary. And she also has the X, which is a big sign. Xion, obviously, all organizations have that, but you get my point. I think there's something there. I think there's something, right? The number 14 always having something to do with imaginary / fiction. Right? And maybe that's because 14 is one beyond 13, so it's considered imaginary, fictional. But it makes me think, dude. It makes me think. And again, we have to talk about, okay? Naminé and Xion, neither one having the hair color of Sora or Kairi. Like, this is where I'm like, does Xion have something to do with Skuld? Yeah, I think there's something going on. That's all. That's all. I'll leave it at that. Xion and Yozora are connected in many ways. Already talked about it before. I'd be curious to hear more about that. There might be a 14th True Darkness that is fictional. Pronunciation-wise, she does mean death in Japanese. Okay, you see, now you guys are driving me fucking crazy. Pardon my French. Now you guys are driving me crazy. The first part of her name means death. Oh my goodness. All right. I thought the 14th life was how Xehanort is in Quadratum. It is. And what I'm pointing out is the number 14 continually is associated with fiction, imaginary, death. Xion was Kairi as Sora imagines her. As Sora remembers her. Xion is Kairi as Sora remembers her. Now the question is, why did Sora remember her with dark hair? We've never been able to answer that. We've never been able to answer that. Number I, imaginary death. I mean, it's something I've been thinking about. I can't help but think that there's a connection there. I can't help but think that there's a real connection there. Alrighty. We'll let that roll a little bit. Will Ventus remember his past in Union Cross? No, I think this would be a great way to actually use Naminé. If you could use Naminé as someone who can restore Ventus's memories, I think that could make for a really cool subplot. I feel Shion has ties to Subject X. Well, yeah, now that if that truly is Ava, like we speculate, then Subject X is Skuld. Settled. And if Subject X is Skuld, perhaps she has something to do with Shion. We'll see. Sephiroth Crescent says, oh yeah, in FF14, the Evercold trailer shows Norse myth on it. Just like how Kingdom Hearts shows Norse myth as well. And a lot of people in FF14 are talking about the snake Ouroboros and the tree Yggdrasil. You know, we'll have to see if there's any sort, if they continue with the Norse symbolism in KH4. All the Dark Road characters being here does bode well for that being the case. Okay. Beatrin says, playing on the thought, let's think about Shion. This might be a stretch, mind you. Shion's story is that she was built to become the bearer of the Keyblade, right? Now let's say Shion is in Quadratum. Trying to get somewhere, but maybe Master of Master's goal really is to use Quadratum to absorb Kingdom Hearts or something like that. Yeah, that's a good hypothesis. I think the Master clearly wants something with Kingdom Hearts. He either wants it for himself, he wants to control it, absorb it, use it. He's got plans. Shion is an artificial being. Her replica needed to be filled with some data, and Ansem says Subject X's data might have been hidden by Ansem the Wise. But it was hidden by Lushu. I actually believe Ansem the Wise in KH3 when he says he doesn't know anything about that. Because I actually think it was Lushu that did that. You know? Lushu's the traitor. He betrayed Xehanort. He's gonna betray the Master. He's the traitor. So I think he was the one who did that. Personally. Nocflugel says, bro, that Strelitzia shot is straight out of a Versus 13 trailer, a shot of Stella. Yeah, she does have a Stella vibe. She looks very different, but I see your point. The vibes are there, Noct. The vibes are there. Use Quadratum the same way Xemnas used Shion. Lushu equals Loki, 100%. Lushu is the trickster, 100%. No, the data, not Subject X herself. Ansem Seeker of Darkness says the data of Subject X's memories is hidden in the mansion's computer. Oh, right. So not Subject X herself. The data of her memories. Excuse me. I'll have to revisit that. That's interesting. Loki is called the betrayer. Yeah, he's a trickster. Lushu 100%. If you were to compare him to a mythological figure, Loki is right on the money. Loki is right on the money. Okay. If I remember correctly, when Xehanort came back and was gathering his vessels, he called Shion an imaginary number. They called her Number I, which would be imaginary. Okay. Funny how FF14 talks about Convocation 14 members, and even Kingdom Hearts has 14 members in Organization 13, which again, that number 14 very, very sneakily snuck in to the Kingdom Hearts story, that number 14. And yet it continues to be reused. Maybe the 14th darkness is artificial and was man-made like Shion. Oh my God. I think that could be it. What if someone, could be the Master, it could be someone else. What if someone's making an imaginary true darkness? That actually... Wait. All right, let me. I'm gonna take a little sip. Where's my water at? Yeah. Vitrin. Could that be what Vanitas might be? Or along those lines, maybe it's not Vanitas. Maybe we're looking a little too far into that. But the black box. Could that be what's in the black box? Could it be a 14th darkness that's fictional, artificial? Okay. Hear me out. Let's rewind. Why would we need a fictional darkness? Who? That's what we got to do, okay? I see how the logic follows, but what we need to establish is who in the Kingdom Hearts series would even have use for an imaginary true darkness? For what purpose, to what end? Because I'm willing to entertain this idea, but we have to establish motive and outcome. Like again, I'm seeing it's lining up. The number 14's imaginary, but who would want an imaginary darkness and for what purpose? Also, another thing with FF14, Greek myth is also used. And it's funny how Donald and Goofy want help from a Greek god. Ain't that right? They're going to make a Faustian deal with Hades, bro. It ain't going to end well. Maleficent. Gollum. Not bad, Gollum. Not bad, Gollum. Maleficent's a good one. Something with the world of fiction. It could be darkness itself attempting that. Okay. It could be darkness itself attempting that. All right, so now there's got to be overlap with Xion. Okay, here we go. We're going to go one step further. Is it about creating a true darkness that can wield the Keyblade? Hear me out, because that would be the overlap with Xion, right? Xion was created so the organization could wield the Keyblade. What if the purpose of making the 14th darkness is either for the purposes of a darkness that could wield a Keyblade, or if there's something similar there, right? The 14th darkness is being created so that there's something they can make use of. Rain 13 says maybe Luxu as an outside agent on the darkness side while he's an outside agent on the light side. Yeah, look, I can think of a few characters who may be up to something like this, but I'm still looking for that motive and what's the outcome. Who would need a 14th fictional darkness, and what would be the purpose of creating one like that? What about Xion being a vessel for imaginary darkness? I guess my question would be, that would be the answer. Okay, then. But here's the problem. She's not imaginary anymore, in a sense. She's been made into a real person. They're all somebodies now. Right, Andy? So, I can see that. And in a sense, that might make sense, because if Xion was taken by an imaginary darkness, that's their way of being able to use a Keyblade. But here, Vitrin says, I'm going to go back to Xion. Xion was made to replace a Keyblade wielder. Sora or Rox, meant to replace the Keyblade bearer. Maybe Maleficent is the false darkness trying to replace darkness to rule the world. I could see Maleficent. So, for instance, say they were making a 14th imaginary darkness, right? A 14th true darkness to wield the Keyblade. Something Maleficent can't do. So that's why Maleficent may want something like that. And that may... What? Okay. Hear me out. Hear me out, chat. Hear me out. Hear me out. So in a world where everybody has these Keyblades, right? The Master of Masters can wield a Keyblade. I'm sure Sigurd can wield a Keyblade. The Foretellers, Luxu, the Guardians organization, somebody's, nobody's, imaginary. We're in a world where everyone and their mother has a Keyblade now. But Maleficent doesn't. So, that immediately positions her as somebody who would, in theory, want a 14th darkness that could wield the Keyblade on her behalf. Right? So, because what would the Master of Masters need that for? You know what I mean? I mean, you could think up a reason he might need the Keyblade, but he can wield a Keyblade of his own. He can make Keyblades. You know? Why would he need it? Why would Luxu need it? He has no name now, right? Yozora doesn't really have an interest in having the kingdom key per se. I mean, he could steal it from you, but again, we're going to keep going down this list. There's no one other than Maleficent that would really have need for that. So, hear me out. I'm just going to pull it up. I'm just going to pull it up. I'm just going to pull it up, chat. Bear with me. Bear with me, chat. Bear with me. Hear me out. I think some of you see where I'm going. Hang with me. Hang with me, man. I'm telling you. Hang with me. I got something for y'all. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. And yeah, Ysor is a straight thug, brother. Okay. What if the imaginary darkness is in the black box? And that's why Maleficent wants the black box. Because that's why she wanted Riku in Kingdom Hearts 1. Maleficent, like literally everybody else in this series, wants to wield and use the Keyblade to her benefit. But she can't do it. She ain't worthy. Peach sure as hell ain't worthy. She can't manipulate Riku anymore. So, she's got to work on being able to use the Keyblade for herself. I mean, who in this series is going to accomplish victory without the use of a Keyblade? No way. So, Maleficent wants that. So, maybe the Master of Masters put a 14th imaginary darkness in the box. And then when he tells Luxu, hey, bro, I created an imaginary darkness and I put it in the box. Of course, Luxu would be like, why? And then you'll see. So not only would that explain Luxu's reaction, it would explain why we keep seeing the number 14. It would explain everything with Xion, and it would explain why Maleficent wants the box. And remember, the box couldn't exist until after the Keyblade War. Right? The box couldn't exist until after the Keyblade War. So, in a sense, maybe it was Sora going to Quadratum, going to that fictional world that allowed that fictional darkness to come back into reality. Maybe they switched places. And as Andy says, Maleficent in KH1 literally yells, the true darkness! So what if that's why Maleficent wants the box? Because there's an imaginary darkness, a la Xion, again, much like Xion, that's capable of wielding the Keyblade. And that's why they can't open the box. That's why they can't open the box. I'm losing it, chat. I'm losing it. We weren't supposed to stumble on this after 3.5 hours. Maybe we have Kingdom Hearts brain rot because it's been almost 4. We've done more than a Lord of the Rings movie on this shit. We're extended edition Lord of the Rings movie on this podcast episode. Guardian Angel of Light says the box is actually my lunchbox. I forgot it when I left Daybreak Town for a mission. Okay, good. We could drop the theory now. Thank you, Guardian Angel. Put the Disney villains back on top, bro. Dude, that's what KH4 is going to be, bro. It's the comeback of the Disney villains. It is the comeback of the Disney villains, bro. Like, where's our boys at? Okay? Hades is about to get his Faustian deal. Maleficent's about to get her box. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Extended edition Return to the King Size podcast. That's what we're doing today. It's not every day we get a KH trailer. You can expect us to marathon like this anytime we get this. But oh my God, the box does have 7 and 13 on it plus Super X. Does have 7 and 13. All right. The false light. False light, false darkness. I don't have anything else other than that, but that's false light is a deliberate term. No way Lushu's going to lose the box to Maleficent. Unless Maleficent's got a clever trap, or they're not about to make their move right now. They're just scoping it out. Question, so when Xion became a normal girl at the end of Cage 3, what is somebody's name? Her name is still Xion. And this is one of the things that I think Remind did really well when they added this cutscene, which, again, if Remind was in the base game, Cage 3 would have just been off the freaking roof. But that's why in Remind, Axel, Roxas, and Xion claim the X from Xemnas, because Xemnas bestowed the X upon them. But by Axel, Roxas, and Xion claiming the X from Xemnas, they get to be Axel, Roxas, and Xion. They get to keep those names. They don't need a different somebody name. They're claiming that X for themselves. It's a very powerful moment that I think a lot of people overlook. That's why no one's going to call him Lee, because he claimed the X for himself. He's Axel. That's why Roxas isn't going to be called Sora. He claimed the X for himself. He's Roxas. It's why Xion's not going to be number I. She claimed the X for herself. She's Xion. Again, I think too many people gloss over that. Geez, man. Ooh, baby. Unless a certain witch knows more than she lets on. Who said that quote? Skaz, who said that quote? Wally of the West says, if an artificial darkness was made to take out a pure light and true dandelion, would that create an unreality Keyblade? Oh my god, yeah, maybe the Master's trying to forge an unreality Keyblade. Huh. Then why is it considered hope? I'm told the box contains hope. Because that, well, for one, that's a direct allusion to Pandora's box. Mythologically, when you open Pandora's box, all the cruels and evils of the world fly out, but the only thing that stays in the box is hope. So, but the other thing worth mentioning is that if the box contains hope, but hope for who? Hope for who? The Master and his plan? Or Sora and his friends? I'm willing to bet on the former. I don't think Lushu knows why Maleficent knows about secret report. Who wrote that secret report? Vitrin, who wrote that secret report? I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm on the edge of my seat. Vitrin, who wrote the secret report that talked about a witch who knows more than she lets on? I'm waiting on it. Lushu did. Lushu wrote that. Lushu wrote that. Lushu wrote that. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Would a false darkness and a false light be able to be a loophole to destiny, similar to how Odin? Yeah, it's possible. You know, false light was an interesting term thrown around. In some ways, when I hear false light, if Sora was your enemy, that's how you would refer to him, as a false light. He was never bequeathed, right? The way other Keybladers were bequeathed. He hasn't gone under formal training, the way wielders like Ventus, Aqua, and Terra did. And he was never meant to be the Keyblade wielder. Riku was. But Sora, in a sense, usurped destiny. Like false light, virus in the master system, I sometimes wonder if those are two of the same things and if it's just meant to be Sora, right? Because it was, quote-unquote, supposed to be Riku. And that's why Verum Rex, Yuzora, Verum Rex, which means true king, looks like Riku, because that's what the true Keyblade wielder, quote-unquote, should look like. Kind of just going off the cuff here, but you get my point. But oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Loro says, the virus has begun a strange undertaking, a reckless plot to allow the Five to escape into another world line. Surely such a thing can't be possible. We're talking about the same trick that allowed the Dandelions to transfer to other world lines after the Keyblade War. But these children are no masters. They haven't the means. Unless, of course, a certain lady of magic summoned here from the future knows more than I do. So Lushu suspects that Maleficent knows what's being cooked up by him and the Master and all of this. Oh my goodness. Pete said someone in black told Maleficent about the box, I thought. Can we get a confirmation on that? No, but In biblical terms, the false light is the Antichrist, and Lushu means light like Lucifer, the light bringer. See, that's where I think that's the Master of Masters. I think the Master of Masters mythologically is Lucifer. I think Lushu is mythologically Loki, and I think the Master of Masters is mythologically Lucifer. Now, let me remind all of you, mythologically speaking, in terms of scripture, Lucifer and Satan are not the same thing. They're not the same thing. They can at times both mean the devil or something antagonistic, but the terms Lucifer and Satan do mean two different things. Pete was probably talking about Hades, which is why they find Pandora's box. Yeah. Wasn't her hub in KH-1 Hollow Bastion, and that's where the experiments took place with the arc/pods? Yeah. Oh, shit. And Laura says, are you sure this box of the Book of Prophecies is for reals? I think that dingbat in black was pulling your leg. Have we all really just overlooked that for the last 7 fucking years? That dingbat in black. Huh. Okay, but here's the problem, right? So who would be in black, right? Who's wearing the organization coat that would have an interest in telling Maleficent about the black box? You follow me? Like, here we are again with the number I. This is, by the way, this is how my theory brain works, right? It's like, okay, good idea. But, who would have an interest in Maleficent knowing about this? Right? And remember, Maleficent referred to Riku at San Francisco as an old friend. Right? Hades does wear black, but that still means Maleficent would have had to learn about the box before she came to Olympus. Interesting. I'm seeing Oak Tutor, I see you out here saying Ava, but Ava's in Quadratum. Maleficent, we haven't seen Maleficent go to Quadratum. She's only been to Daybreak and Modern Time. That's right, Darkness and Maleficent did talk to each other. And I think Darkness, yeah, and Darkness would have a interest in a false darkness. That could be what Maleficent... Yeah, it could be a translation thing. It could be a translation thing, where in Japanese, Pete might be referring to the darkness she met in Daybreak Town. We'd have to check on that. Yo, later, Will. Thanks for hanging out, man. You're the best. Oh, my God. Look into the meaning of number 14 in numerology. Okay. Let's do that. The meaning of 14 in numerology. Let's do it. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. I'm just gonna read what I got here. You guys let me know. Let's go through this. We're gonna look up number 14 here, okay? Okay, number 1, this number is all about new beginnings, independence, and leadership. It's the number of pioneers and innovators, go-getters. Think of it as a starting point of anything great. 4, this number is about stability, hard work, and building a strong foundation. Chinese culture, 4 can be seen as unlucky. It sounds like the word for death, but in numerology, the 4's energy is all about creating something solid and reliable. So if you put them together, leadership and hard work. Is that what you were trying to get at? Maybe I got the wrong numerology site. But nothing's clicking right away. I'm looking at another one. 4 is neither inherently good nor bad. Rather, it represents balance and adaptability. Again, nothing's clicking for me. If something clicked for one of you, you shout it out. Okay, Loro says, silence, imbecile, quoting Maleficent. Silence, imbecile, The box does not exist now. Light and darkness are fated to clash. A Keyblade war is upon us. We need only wait for that destined moment. No matter the victors, the box will be revealed. Cash, what's up, dude? Okay. And the spiritual meaning. Okay, I'll look up the spiritual meaning of the number 14. Spiritual awakenings, transformation, and a balance between personal freedom and self-discipline. Biblically, Lucifer became Satan when he fell from heaven. I do read the Bible, just to let you know. Well, hey, listen. If you want to understand stories and you want to understand, like, the Bible's a good book to read, man. A lot of wisdom, a lot of foreshadowing. You might even call the Bible a book of prophecies. You might. But yes, that description of form, meaning nothing good or bad, reminds me of the Shakespeare quote from the Versus 13 trailers. There is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. Which, whenever I think of that quote, I just think of a lion that has to eat. Did the lionesses have to kill a herd of deer for them to eat? Yes, but it's neither good nor bad because the lion's got to eat. It's a natural order of things. Okay. What if the ark we see in the Hollow Bastion KH1 room was a creation of Maleficent and not Ansem's? I don't know, because Maleficent's not a scientist. You know? Dude, we are so back. This feels great. We've had a killer time. That's what I'll say. We have had a killer time. So what happens when you wear a coat, black or white, and enter a pod could change the outcome of where you end up. Well, you know, speaking of biblical things, guys, and here, I suppose this might be a good note. A good note. One second. Because it's funny you bring up the ark as we brought that up. So let me actually pull this image up for you guys. Okay. Let's just open a new tab. Okay, that didn't work. So let's just zoom. So, interesting thing about an ark. And again, we've talked about this. FF7 Revelation, obviously, a lot of biblical overlap. A good way to see where these stories are going is read the scriptures and the mythologies that inspired them. So, the ark. Here's what's crazy about the ark in the Bible and how it compares to the ark in Kingdom Hearts. So, in the ark, in Noah's ark, God gives a lot of, literally the most specific instructions on how to build this ark, down to the type of wood you have to use. But interestingly enough, on Noah's ark, God did not instruct him to build a steering wheel or anything that could direct which direction the ark goes in. So what's the lesson there? The idea is a flood is coming, a big apocalyptic flood is coming. You're going to build this ark that you'll be able to survive with. But here's the thing. You don't get a steering wheel. You don't get to control the sails. You have to board the ark and let the wave and trust in God's plan. Trust in where the waters and the waves are going to take you. You don't get to steer where the ark goes. Funny enough, that's exactly what we see happen in Kingdom Hearts' ark, right? You can board the ark to survive the apocalypse, survive the big flood coming to Daybreak Town, and you see the waters post-apocalypse. It's very on the nose, but you can't control where you end up. You have to trust the plan. So, just wanted to bring that up. Just a little bit of scripture overlap that I thought you guys might enjoy. Okay. Ninja Heather, what's going on? It's good to see you. You can't go against the tide. It would break the boat. There's wisdom in that. There's wisdom in that. Yes, the similarities are uncanny. Can say that again. Rain 13 says there's nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. Reminds me of what Ava says at the start of the darkness given physical form after we defined it. Interesting. Okay, Patari's cooking a little bit. What if it was Demyx? Right? What if it was Demyx? We are so spoiled with these games. We really are. Okay. This line still makes me think big. Here it comes from Laurel. Yes, considering legend has it the book can also conjure, making an entire world filled with beings and powers that have yet to exist. Ah, but who's to say a fairy tale's not true? And I ask you, how does that differ from the world they call the datascape? Don't you think it might just be worth our while to search for a connection? Perhaps there's a link of some sort between that so-called journal of theirs and the Book of Prophecies. Ooh, is Jiminy writing the Book of Prophecies as we speak? From Maleficent, by the way. Oh! Yeah, Maleficent. Ooh. I may have to actually investigate this Maleficent theory we got a little bit. Indigo says, in Sumerian mythology, there's a flood, and humans only survive because of the god Enki, a crafty Loki type, warns humans to build a boat and survive. Again, makes you think of Lushu, right? Watching over the dandelions, right? Like I said, scripture, mythology, religion, a lot of it is there, guys. Excuse me. Oh my God. All right. All right, guys. I'll read this one. Cassidy Birch says, oh, by the way, my story I'm writing is based on a couple of biblical stories from the Bible. It's called The Veiled Dreams. I have Phoenix angels in Eden with Adam and Eve. That's pretty sick. Hey, best of luck to you. Best of luck to you, honestly. Write that story, baby. Write that story. Okay. All right, guys. Listen, we've crossed the 4-hour mark. We've officially crossed the 4-hour mark. I think it might be time to wrap up here. This has been such a tremendous episode. I had so much fun. I got to be honest with you guys. We're going to go live every night between now and Friday. We're going to go live every night. Tomorrow, there's a lot. 4 hours for KH4. Amen. So, I know tomorrow's going to be a Square Enix episode. I want to talk about how Square Enix, now that they've restructured and we're starting to see the consequences of that restructuring, I truly believe Square Enix is in a rebirthing phase. So tomorrow we're going to do a very Square Enix focused episode. We'll talk Final Fantasy, we'll talk Kingdom Hearts, we'll talk Dragon Quest. So that's what you can look forward to tomorrow. Thursday, I'd like to tackle a specific theory from tonight's episode. I don't know which one it'll be, but I'd like to tackle a specific theory or two from tonight's episode on Thursday. And then on Friday, I want to do a whole episode, a wild week in gaming, where we can finally talk about everything from Summer Games Fest. We haven't talked Persona yet. We haven't talked Stellar Blade yet. There's so much we still have left to talk. Last Ronin. So look, we've got a whole week of podcasts lined up. Get excited. I look forward to seeing you all there. But with all of that said, we're going to wrap up here, ladies and gentlemen. I had so much fun. This has been an incredible week, not just for Kingdom Hearts, but for gaming in general. I'm excited to make a whole bunch of content. I'm excited to record a whole bunch of podcasts. Like, guys, we are back. I don't know for how long I can keep up super steady. I will milk all of this for however much it's worth. Maybe we only got to make it to D23 before we see new stuff. But between FF7, between Kingdom Hearts, between Persona, between Stellar Blade, there is no shortage of things we have to talk about here. But we're going to wrap it up here today, ladies and gentlemen. I know I keep saying that, but I truly do mean it. But before we do, actually, let me do a little roll call. Major love and shout outs to Billy the Kid Lawrence for the $5 super chat. Featuring Creates for the 5 memberships. To Snake Boy for becoming a junior safe. Ruthie for the $5 super chat. We've got the Master of Masters at his 31 membership. Art Ziki for becoming a junior sage. Dom with the $10 super chat. Josh with the $10 super chat. Hollow Purple Haze with the membership. Hassan with the $2 super chat. And then over on Twitch, we've got the Snake Boy with the gifted sub and his resub. Guys, you guys are so supportive just by being chill in the chat and cool and hanging out. You guys are just all awesome. I love you guys. We're going to do it. We're finally going to do it. We're going to wrap it up there. Ladies and gentlemen, be good to yourselves, okay? Be good to yourselves, okay? Be good to each other. We're all on this ride together. Whether it's Kingdom Hearts or FF7, whatever it is you come here for, we're all on this ride together. We might have our agreements and disagreements, but we're going to stick together, okay? We're a crew. We're a crew. When we're on the arc, and we may not be able to steer the arc, but we're going to have a lot of good story time during the arc. Okay, I'm done yapping. You guys are great. I'm going to wrap it up, even though I don't want to. Love y'all. We'll see you tomorrow, okay? We'll see you tomorrow night. We'll see you